Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling it good on your boxing, yeah. It's been no headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome back to another episode of MZ Talks Boxing. I am your host, MZ. Let's talk about it. As you can see, we happen to be on the wrong time schedule today. So I'm running a little bit late. But we here. We about to get it started. Some hell of a fights went down this weekend. Caleb Plant, David Benavidez went on and handled their business. And we ended up being treated to I consider it entertaining fight. It balanced out well. The better fighter won that night. And it is what it is. We're going to leave it open for when the rest of the family falls in. We start discussing it. Chris Colbert, or Colbert, or Chris Primetime, or Lil B-Hop, or however you want to call him, or whatever you want to call him. He showed up and got a win. Oh, we got some comments coming in. D-Lo 404 Boxing is in the house. Salute, fam. What's going on, my brother? We just getting started. I'm running a little late, but hopefully everybody catch the stream. Come on in. As I was saying, congratulations on the stellar finish on Champ Ross. I appreciate that. Actually, I have to give a lot of credit to Trey X and Joseph Brown and the rest of you guys that came on the panel that night, because you guys was feeling free about talking about the fights. And y'all went into a little more depth than usual. And I was able to use some of that to my advantage. So I appreciate that. As I was saying, I appreciate that. That's all I can say. Feels good. It felt real nice. I got so crunk about it, D-Lo. I ended up texting Trey X talking about, does that put me on the pedigree scale for Champ Ross? Little need I say, he said no. Which means I still got a long way to go, but hey, it is what it is. I'll make the pedigree scale next year, probably. I mean, next season, not next year. But yeah, Lil B-Hop made his appearance after about what was it? Since we saw him fight Garcia, like a year almost? Well, after his loss that he didn't really show up that well, he ended up getting a win. And a lot of people have some things to say about it. It's a small controversy, I believe, but I believe we can discuss that. I picked him, made a change in my picks, and ended up getting him. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. Yeah. Anyway, how you feel about the fights this weekend, my brother? Oh, I'm gonna do my best to keep up the good work, D-Lo. You better believe that. I'm gonna do the best I can to keep things rolling, so I can slowly move up the ladder. Cause I see you like in 15th place or something like that. I'm like, dang, D-Lo way up there. I started looking around. I'm like, I can't even look at Mike Hennigan and be like, oh, Mike behind me, because we know he got a slow start. So if we really being real, as well as I did, I'm still bringing up the rear for the block. So yeah, I got to step my game up some more. I got to step it up some more. Let me see. I said, yeah, I want to talk about the Chris Colbert win. Joey Spencer lost on me. I didn't see that coming at all. You know what I'm saying? Joseph Spencer had a good amateur background. Got some national titles and stuff. I was really riding high on him, like Joey Spencer, that's my boy. We're gonna do something. He ended up getting whooped all up and down the damn well, not whooped. He just looked like he didn't know what he was doing. He just didn't look like he knew what he was doing. Caleb Plant proved to be who Caleb Plant was as far as his gas tank, not staying full all the way through the end. He let Benavidez catch up to him, and he got stationary too long, and he suffered the consequences. I can say that you got to give him a little credit because he did not lay down. He did not let Benavidez put him down. He stood up and he fought his way through it, and he just came out with a loss. Now, with Chris Colbert, Lil B-Hop, or whatever people like to call him, or whatever we're going to call him, some people feel like his win was not justifiably so. It was not a good win. He got put on his butt in the beginning of the fight. Seemed like the harder punches were landing on him, and he was being hurt quite often in the fight. I haven't had a chance to look at it in slow motion to get a recap for myself to see how it really turned out. But yeah, I will get a chance to do that so I can see if people's complaints are legitimate or not. But other than that, it's been a great week. Great week at work. Great week of fights. Got some rumors for swirling around. I read that I picked up out of the Discord. You know, Anthony Joshua talking about laying it down if he loses to Franklin. What is it, Franklin? What the heck is Frank? That dude's last name, Franklin Martin? I don't think it's Martin. Dang, I can't even remember what big boy name is. Hold on. Ooh. Excuse me, I got some Magilla Gorilla up here. I mean, some Magilla Gorilla. Sitting over here. I'm just doing my thing. Hopefully, the notifications go out to the family, but you know, I put it inside the Discord, so everybody should be able to catch it in a minute. Hopefully, the sisters roll through tonight. Got some questions to pop up. Man, I want to take a picture of Baby Dizzle and show y'all who I be talking about at work, but at the same time, I don't want to like shame the person by putting a face to the stories of the sorriness that goes on. So if I do take a picture, I'll probably blur a face out or something like that because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be hurtful. I don't want to be hurtful at all. So I want to know what people think about Anthony Joshua talking about laying it down if he lose. Because, well, him, this is his career. He know what he want to do. He's super rich. Well, I wouldn't say super rich. I just say he's rich, wealthy. He got enough money to last him. I can guarantee myself that he won't be doing too bad without the fighting thing. But to read that, I think it said that he'll be laughing and happy, living his life and happy to break his chains, break or loose from his chains or his shackles. I can't remember which word they used. I have a question like, who is he? Why does he feel chained? Who is he chained under? Eddie Hearn? I need to bounce these off of somebody. Okay, so I'm starting to see that Devin Haney and Lomachenko is it official? Have they made an announcement yet? I haven't seen an announcement on that fight yet. Haven't seen one at all. I ain't got my music. Let me get my music together. 2 days with fake. Okay, I got you on it. Let me get everything set up. Got in here kind of late. Made some runs to the store. Didn't realize I kind of got behind. Started doing some dumbness. And ended up getting in here late. So y'all know how it is. Sometimes things happen. So, it's a quick story from Circle K. I'm working and I have a line. A lot of the people that's in the line are pretty much regulars. So I noticed this lady rolled through the line. Joseph Brown in the house. Salute MZ top 3 finish. I thank you for that. All I can say is, you know, you and Trey X deserve some of the glory for that finish, as well as Decay. And once everybody gets in, I'll let y'all know what I mean by that. But I appreciate it. It felt good. It felt good to be able to look at your name and see that 3 by it. Number 3, and then it got my name. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that looks real nice. Real nice. Then I got the statistics. I see Trey put on there that I got the largest margin of victory since we started the betting line. So I could actually say I got 2 firsts. Even though I haven't did well in Champ Ross, I was the first person to be on the betting line, even though I took an L. And then I turned around and finished top 3 with the largest victory, with the largest margin of victory. So yeah, I got 2 firsts. So you know I can't be mad at that. I'm quite happy. Actually, I'm quite satisfied. It felt grand. But I'm still in overall. I think I'm in number 50. Damn it. I got all crunk because I saw the 3rd place. I started feeling myself, hit up Trey X. It was like, hey, this text him actually, but the excitement in me was like, this should move me up on the Champ Ross pedigree scale. He didn't even say no. He said, nah. He gonna text me back. Nah. You can stop that. You too excited about something you don't deserve. You don't deserve to be on the pedigree scale yet, MZ. And you know, after I looked at it and thought about it, I was like, damn, what was you thinking? You got crunk over around, pretty much. You want to fight. Okay. Still got a season worth of stuff to make up. People like Joseph Brown, D-Lo. There's only one person behind me that I can recognize, and he started late. So what does that say? Don't say too much. But I'm going to still ride with it. Oh, man, I got a victory somewhere, so I'm going to accept it like that. Other than that, what can I say? I hope everybody had a great weekend. And everybody's healthy, family and friends. I hope you guys got a chance to see the fight. Joseph Brown, I can understand it. You started off with the Champ Ross this week with a bonus right out the gate. I'm going to have to pick your brain, man, and figure out what it is, what kind of formula you using to make some of these picks. I got to get everything I can. Let me be not proud. I need help. I know I got the Oracle on my side, and he gives me help, but he only going to give me so much because I know he don't want people to blame him saying, oh, you helping MZ. I know what it is. I can understand it. But, you know, I just want to sit down and have some conversations to find out if it's something that I can add to a formula for myself. You know, I'm trying to break my dependency on the Champ Ross with Trey. But shit, I ain't letting him go. When it come down to making no bets on Bravado or whatever site I'm on, I'm riding with that boy. I'm riding with that young man for sure. We got 4 people in the house. That still ain't enough. I'm used to it. When we get to 8, then we can go ahead and start busting it up. Like I said, I done sent you guys the link, so it is what it is. I'm going to sit here and chill and get myself together like I usually do. Got my little sip. Got me something to smoke on. For those of you who can't smoke or don't smoke, you know, I can understand that. Get your chill on anyway. Hey, I hope Hyphy show up today because I need to ask him what's going on with him and Lady Chan. Has he gotten any word back? Anything said? You know, the brothers want to know. Do we have a budding, blossoming love story about to unfurl in front of us? Or did you just get kicked to the curb? Just left on, what's they say when you message somebody? You just left me on read or unread. I don't know what they say. It's a dot that they be looking at, I guess. I don't know. Chris Colbert quickly said he going back down to 130. He's not trying to stay at 135. He only did that to prove something. Maybe he was trying to prove something to himself. I wonder what you guys think. Was he proving something to somebody and to himself? I think he was trying to prove something to himself. And one of the things that made me think he would win, which made me change my pick, because he just was nagging me that I had picked the other guy to beat him, but I didn't think he was moving up in weight and all this. I use these things to say that, yeah, Chris probably gonna lose. But I listened to him in the press conference when old boy said he got stopped, and Chris kind of got a little heated. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute, man, slow your roll there. I didn't get stopped. You know what I'm saying? I lost the fight, but I didn't get stopped. You know what I'm saying?" Which let me know he got pride in himself, and I think he was fighting to prove something to himself. Go up fight a bigger guy, maybe, you know, look good against him, get your confidence back, go down to your regular weight class, and put in the work that you need to put in. And if I'm thinking correctly, Chris fighting at 130, so he's floating around with Tank and the rest of those guys. He's not in a hurry to go to 135, so that smoke is gonna go past him. Shit, I wonder how come we didn't hear nothing about maybe him dealing with Shakur Stevenson. That's a good question to myself. Judge robbed me out top 3 finish. What? Hold on. Joseph Brown has just walked into the building, everybody. What's up, my brother? How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Congratulations, man. Nobody coming in today better not have no type of smoke from my man MZ. Nobody should be able to talk shit to you today. This is your time to shine, brother. We love the fact that you were able to get it in the way you did. Get some of these haters off your back, brush them off, and leave them to the side where they belong. So I just wanted to give you your props, brother.
Man, I surely appreciate that. But like I said, when you and Trey X and DeCane came on and you guys started discussing, it was the information you was not willing to to deliver that made me look harder and be like, oh, wait a minute, if he ain't speaking on this too much, you know what I'm saying? And then I listened to this name be tossed around and listen to some reasons and stuff like that. So I got some good picks off of you guys, but for the most part, I just had to get down. I was nervous the whole weekend, bro. The whole weekend. Every time I heard y'all talking about a fight or something, I was like, which guy did I pick? Come on, man. I'm sitting here like I'm sitting at work. You know, like, come on, man, make it happen. And when Coburn got put on his butt, when Trey said he got put on his butt right in the beginning of the fight, the first thing come across my mind is, man, I should have kept my pick the way it was. And I was thinking about typing the next time I reach out to change my pick, tell me no. But I toughed it out. I was surprised to hear that he won as much as people were surprised at the place that he won. I haven't got a chance to look at the fight and break it down, but I plan to look at it in slow motion and see if he really lost it. Did he make a good scrap to come back and take a victory?
No, he didn't make a good scrap. The only thing he did was he showed up as a fighter. He had heart. He looked a lot better in adverse situations that he was in that fight, but he didn't win that fight. I could watch that fight a dozen times, and it's not the fact that I didn't pick him, but he did not win that fight. My guy El Rayo was utilizing the jab. He was landing the harder punch. He was landing the harder power shots. He was landing combinations. He was the guy who was the ring general. So all the criteria that you want to see in a fighter who's winning a fight, he was the ring general. He was landing the more effective punches. He was landing more power shots. He was controlling distance, range, all those things. So there were a couple of rounds that you could have probably give to Colbert, but there's no way he won 6 rounds to 4. Like that was ridiculous. And like I said in the chat, they cost me a top 3 finish with that, because that was that was the one right there.
Dang.
That was the one.
Joey Spencer, I guess I made up for the Joey Spencer loss with the Chris Colbert pickup win, because I was talking about I was heavy on Joey Spencer. I like him, because I just like the kid. You know what I'm saying? It it don't hurt that, you know, his pedigree skill as an amateur was freaking good. Outstanding, pretty much, you can almost say. And he went out there and laid the egg. I thought he was bigger than the guy, and and a lot of people are saying my same sentiment is that he ended up being smaller than no boy that he was fighting. And his approach to trying to make things happen was just terrible. You know, shielding, putting up the high guard and just going into the dude's chest and not letting his hands go. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about it. But
Well,
go ahead.
no, but the thing about Joey Spencer is like some of the stuff I've watched in his previous fights, he just hasn't gotten better to me as a professional. And I wasn't trying to give it away too much when we were talking about it last week,
Right.
but now I can kind of give it away. He doesn't utilize his jab, and he doesn't know how to fight on the inside. And with a guy like Ramos who's bringing pressure, even when he's not landing shots, he's giving you looks that put you on your back foot. And Joey Spencer relies too much on his athleticism. He has quick hands. He's athletic. He's explosive. He relies on that way too much. And his trainer needs to go in and make him comfortable in those areas where he can effectively counterpunch, is what's in the pocket. He doesn't know how to fight in the pocket. And if you're not going to utilize a jab against a guy who has somewhat of an idea of what he wants to do, like Ramos is not a world beater, but he has a way better fighter IQ at this stage of his career than Joey Spencer. And he understood that if I keep applying the pressure, I get close enough, I'll throw punches to the body and bring the combination back upstairs. And when he hurt Joey Spencer early, that was where Joey Spencer that's what made Joey Spencer gun shy, when he hurt him early and dropped him. And not to mention, I mean, Ramos just has so much bravado. At one point, he stuck his head right in Joey Spencer's chest and dared him to hit him, and Joey Spencer didn't do anything. So once I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, this fight's over. He got this fight in the bag. I didn't think the fight was going to get stopped, but obviously his corner, they felt like he had enough, and he was only going to get worse of a beating going down the stretch of that fight anyway. So, I mean, Joey Spencer's a tough kid, but they realized, like, hey, we got a lot more fights left, and we don't want to damage him at this point in his career. So we'll just go ahead and throw in the towel, let him come back, fight another day. But excellent performance by Ramos. He did exactly what I thought he was going to do, which is bring the fight to Spencer. And I just kind of felt like Spencer was not going to be able to deal with that.
Good call. I heard somebody in the past say, I can't remember who it was that mentioned that Joey Spencer did not use his jab as much as they would like for him to. I just can't remember who said it. And I guess I kind of let that go over my head. When I saw he was fighting, I just, my boy Joey finna fight, and I kind of let everything else go out the window. And like I said, his pedigree skill. And I looked at that, I'm like, I'm gonna ride with the skill, and that be that. Didn't realize that he wasn't a good fighter on the inside. I did not see that at all, and I didn't realize that he didn't use his jab as much. Even though, like I said, I admit I have heard that before. It just didn't resonate with me like it should have.
Yeah. So when you see a guy who's coming forward and he comes forward in a high guard, they're like inviting you to try and throw punches so they can either counter you or they can set you up with a shot. And Joey Spencer, he walked right into that trap with Ramos.
So the bonus that you got in the earlier fights, what was the bonus that Trey X was mentioning that he was like?
It was KO. It's KO. That's where KO? I get. Yeah, that's where I get most of my bonuses. KO.
Now let me just pick your brain. What is it that makes you feel that a fight may end in a knockout?
Well, I look at the fighter's knockout percentage. I look at the previous opponents, and I look at the styles. So if a guy has a style that that's conducive to both guys being able to get into the pocket or to land the power shot, that leads me to believe it's going to be a KO. And picking the rounds, it's kind of hit or miss with picking the rounds.
Okay.
So I usually look at if their power can carry late, if most of their knockouts are early, and then I look at the level of competition. So that's kind of where I base my knockouts.
Okay. I just, like I said, I just wanted to pick your brain and see what it is that you look for to make you feel that the fight's going to end in a knockout. and like you said, the rounds is probably a hit or miss. But it seemed like some people be calling it pretty good on it. I'm like, man, to me, it is quite intriguing to hear you guys say, oh, this fight going to end in a knockout. And I'm like, what the fuck are they seeing in it? You know what I'm saying? I'm usually the guy that's going to be like, okay, it's going to be a good fight. And I'm thinking they're going to make it to the end. But, some people, I had a feeling like when, what's his name? Pitbull was fighting, I can't remember the guy who was fighting, but it was suggested that they were going to fight to the end. And I was like, I kind of what you were speaking on, the way Pitbull fights, and he swings for the fences a lot. And he's always all over people. I'm thinking he's gonna knock the dude out, but I didn't say anything about it. So I'm gonna start paying a lot more attention to that. The percentage. I have looked at their knockout percentages, and when I have tried to, call those fights, every one that I call myself, oh, it's gonna be a knockout. That motherfucker went the distance. So
Also, MZ, if a guy's been knocked out before, typically he's more susceptible to get knocked out again. It just depends on the fighter who he's facing, and if their power is early or late, or you could tell if a guy wears down a little bit later on in the fight and he gets knocked out later on in the fight. Depending on that particular style of the opponent that he's facing. If he's facing an opponent that has a similar style to the guy he got knocked out, then that'll tell you he's most likely going to get knocked out by this fighter in a similar, fashion. So
I got you, I suppose. I'm gonna stick to my SDs and majority decisions. And Cobra, that part right there, they said he won unanimous, right? Wait, is my mic on? The hell? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Oh yeah, it's on. I'm tripping. So Cobra won a unanimous, and I changed my pick from unanimous to split. I had him getting knocked out, and then when I switched it, I changed it to a split decision. How do you feel about Caleb Plant and David Benavidez's scrap? Did it break down the way you figured it would break down? Did Caleb put on a good show in the beginning and collapse in the end? Now that we on here, and I'm gonna be honest, I know I talked good game for Caleb Plant, and I told you guys I was riding with Caleb Plant, but on Champ Ross, I went with David Benavidez. Yes, I did. I went with David Benavidez. Let me see if I remember correctly. What did I put in? I even went with a knockout in round 10. So, Caleb, I'm glad I didn't put no money on it. I'd have lost like a mother. Or did we put some money on it? I'm gonna have to go and check and see. I don't even know. So, that being said, Caleb Plant, from what I saw, excuse me, from what I saw, I haven't got a chance to watch the full fight. I listened to Trey X call the fight over on Marlowe's Corner with a lot of you guys while I was at work. But from the highlights I saw, David's defense, from the highlights that I've seen, David was pretty good on his defense. It didn't seem like Caleb was really punching that hard. He wasn't really deterring David in any kind of way, shape, form, or fashion. I did see him catch David, in the highlights with a couple of hooks across the jaw. David seemed to have taken him well. He almost looked like he kind of rolled with it a little bit. He doesn't roll his whole body. He kind of just rolled with his neck. Or maybe it was the punch, but it didn't seem like it was damaging to him. Not the way his punches was landing on Caleb. But I give Caleb I guess I would have to say a B- because he started off fast and then he slowed down as usual. Big Bro in the house, Ernest Davis, aka Texas Timbo, Manny Draper, my favorite producer of ever, all time in the history of being a producer. As far as I've been in music, he's my favorite. Is in the house. What's up, Big Bro? Glad you came through. Yeah, I did pretty good in Champ Ross, bro. I did pretty good. I did all right, if I must say so myself. I ain't got to take no noise this week. D-Lo came in early, congratulated me, just in here chilling. Where was I? Caleb Plant went out there boxing, not showing power. His punches to Benavidez, what he landed on Benavidez's head really didn't do him any damage. I did notice a couple of times he got Benavidez with a straight, but the way Benavidez was stepping back and leaned on it, it don't look like it really caused much damage with that punch either. David just was finally able to catch up with him as the fight went on. Caleb began to start being stationary, getting caught on the ropes, trying to, stand in the pocket and start taking damage. Benavidez throws way too many punches for Caleb to try to shoulder roll or anything like that. I think Caleb trying to move and pivot and box, that really helps to zap up his gas tank. I think he needs to tighten his defense up more. I hear a lot of the experts from the mainstream always talking about how great of a defensive fighter he is, when really he has a lot of holes in his armor that can't be tightened up. I think he's in his 30s. So to be honest with that, I have to say I don't see those holes being fixed. And if he doesn't start winning, he's in danger of being like Danny Garcia. When he fights the big competition that people consider the top, he's going to come up short every time.
Well, I kind of look at it a little differently when it comes to him. Caleb Plant would probably be pound for pound elite fighter in the sport of boxing. Is one area of his skill set that's preventing him from being that, and that's him being comfortable and being able to fight in the pocket. So when guys like Benavidez and Canelo, who are very good at fighting in the pocket, and that's where they like to live. That's where David likes to live. He likes to live in that area where he's going to hit you in between your punches. He's comfortable living in that danger zone. Caleb Plant is not. Every time the fight gets on the inside, he's trying to initiate the clinch. When he gets into a certain range with the fighter, he initiates the clinch right away, which tells me that he's not comfortable in those danger zones. And that's where he got beat. He got beat in that specific area where he has deficiencies at. That's where Canelo was able to catch up with him. That's where Benavidez was able to do most of his damage. On the outside, it was very difficult for David to be able to hit him with a lot of his power shots. He wasn't able to land his jab effectively, especially early on in the fight. As the fight got, as it wore on, as you can see, started to catch up with him little by little. You started to see that right hand started to land. You started to see the body shots, and he started to do his work on the inside. All those things were wearing down Caleb Plant. Now, the other factor that I haven't touched on was Kenny Bayless being, the biggest asset
a horrible riffing job.
Being the biggest asset to our knockout prediction, late in the fight. Around 8. I mean, he definitely intervened in round 8 And then round 9, Caleb Plant threw that body came out and threw that low blow, and that definitely helped, buy him some more time to be able to make it through. But all in all, Caleb Plant showed a lot of heart. He stood in there and he was trying to give it his best effort, throwing trading shots, but by then he was already deteriorated, already diminished, and Benavidez was just roughing him up on the inside when he was able to get in there. Um, Shout out to Benavidez. He's still got a lot of work to do. I think he's in prime position to go up against Canelo. And any Canelo fan who's out there saying that he hasn't earned a shot at Canelo, well, he's earned a shot more than a lot of the other guys that Canelo is fighting, like a John Ryder. This guy, David Benavidez, was a two-time WBC light super middleweight champion. That's something that John Ryder doesn't have on his resume. That's something that a few of these other guys Canelo don't have on their resume. Canelo gave him a shot. So I don't want to hear that. He beat the guy who you just beat in Caleb Plant. So to me, and it was a pay-per-view. So he's another guy who's on pay-per-view. So that's another pay-per-view worthy opponent because he's been on pay-per-view. We don't know what the numbers are, but I'm pretty sure that it was a good enough showing. It was a good fight, and people are talking about it. So I'm sure the numbers are pretty decent enough for him to choose David Benavidez in a fight. Now, who wins that fight? We can break that down. Who would possibly win that fight? But as a Canelo fan, you should not be afraid of him fighting David Benavidez because Canelo has some things that he definitely would be able to exploit on David Benavidez once they get in the ring with each other.
Okay. I don't know what that feedback is. I kind of heard it too. Trey X in the house. What's up, bro? He say, salute OG, great job last week. 100. I appreciate it, man. Like I said, like I told Joseph Brown here, you a big part of that trenching I dug and made my way into that third spot. I embarrassed myself by saying they should put me on the pedigree scale. Yeah, but anyway, I'm going, I got to get up. I'm tripping. I'm still in 50, though. I'm in like number 50, which is not good overall. But I got some things that I'm looking forward to. I made a good move. I'm see if I guess I'm gonna have to play another season so I can get a finish in the top spot in the season. Go ahead and hoist up one of those trophies, first place MZ, and bow out gracefully. Let me see. Bouncing on what you said about Canelo and maybe Benavidez fighting, it's not. The fans don't even have, in my opinion, his fans have nothing to be afraid of, not one thing. And I say that because I don't believe Canelo will fight Benavidez. I just don't think they'll. I don't think he'll accept that fight. He said, "You didn't have to do Mike Hennigan like that. You opened the pits of hell on it." Hey, man, I didn't really want to do him like that, and I can honestly say, the whole weekend I was nervous. I'm not going to even lie to you. I was nervous. I was second and third guessing my picks. I wanted to. But then I got calm. The biggest pick that bothered me the most was Lil B Hop, which I ended up hitting you to change the pick. But anyway, hey, you put Mike in. It's your fault, bro. It's really your fault, Trey. You put Mike in that position for me to do him like that. And then, to find out that I had the biggest win margin of anybody since we started the lines, I'm like, I got two things that I'm the first of. I was the first one on the first betting line. I took the first L, and then I handed out the first ass whooping with the largest victory margin. What can anybody say? No, I haven't finished top 10 or top 3. I'm not a champion. No, I'm not that. But hey, I'm starting off pretty good with the resume. I feel I'm building up. Next season, let me shake my shoulders a little bit because I'm ready. Nobody can't tell me nothing. Not today. It's going down. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Canelo fans got nothing to worry about. I don't think he's gonna fight David Benavidez. But if he was smart like Houston and Jerry Joe Brown, he would use his head. Canelo is very adept at making people miss, especially in close quarters. He got a nice little bob game with his head, and he likes to dig down into that body quite well. I think it'll be a good fight. I think 74 points margin of victory. That's what I'm talking about. That's man. You just sit back for me, just hit this sweet real quick, and think about that. 74 points. How you just put 74 points on somebody like that?
Well, I tell you this, MZ. I think David would do himself a lot of justice if he was to go to that John Ryder fight in Mexico, and make his presence felt. That's how do you get a big fight? Go where all the attention is, and you try to garner and take some of that. So if he goes there, he does interviews and he's in attendance, he makes his own. Guess what happens? You start to build up that one publicity from the fans in Mexico. They're gonna want to see that fight.
I hate to interrupt you. Your audio is sounding kind of bad. You want to go out and come back in because I want to make sure people understand what you're saying. Sorry about that, guys. But oh shoot! Oh, he said, "Hell, you even beat me." Let me. I'm tripping. Let me press on the message so I can make sure that it shows. There it is, right there. 74 point margin victory is what happened. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah, 74. And then Trey X said, "Hell, you even beat me by 32." Okay, we got my brother Joseph Brown back in the house. I almost said Jason. I don't even know where that was coming from. But yeah, you back, Joe. Come on in, man. Say what you got to say. I was just talking about all these points that I had put between myself and the other people for this week when it came to this victory. I didn't know that I had beat the Oracle by 32 points. So yeah. But Trey X went and made some changes to some of his picks. I think he was second guessing himself, which I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hey, so you hear me now?
I had you by 22, Joe.
You hear me now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You sound good now. I hear you. That feedback is going and everything.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that David would do himself a lot of service if he was to go to Mexico, go to Canelo's fight with John Ryder. Go down there, make yourself, seen, known, heard, create a buzz. That's how you make a big fight happen. Is you go to where the guy that you want to fight, where he's fighting, and you put the attention on yourself. And so that's one way he can get a fight with Canelo, because then the fans will definitely want to see it because he's in attendance.
Hey,
and that builds the pay-per-view. I mean, he's already fought a pay-per-view. It was a good pay-per-view, good performance. People want to see that fight next. That's how you create a buzz. On top of, you got to ride that momentum, carry it over.
Man, Canelo already told these people he don't give a damn what they think. He gonna fight who he gonna fight.
Hey, he could tell them, but this is how you lose fans. He could tell people all day, but if David Benavidez goes in there, act like a boogeyman or acts like the baddest guy on the planet, talks his talk during that lead up to that fight and is in attendance, the Mexican fans are going to demand that fight.
I feel you. I just don't have faith in Canelo to do anything. He improved himself as far as that goes. He has proven himself to fight who he wants to. He has proven himself to be able to jump to any network he wants to and fight on any platform because everybody wants Canelo. Oh, Canelo. That's how it seems. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be real. Even the fighters that used to bark at him have changed the way they talk. Oh, he's the best fighter in the world. You know, he's the best fighter in the world. What? I'm the best. He running from me. We don't have for seem like these. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about that. That part right there is just missing to me. It would be great for David to do that, but you see the way he's talking lately. He's even giving Canelo all these props. Okay, we know Canelo is considered the best in the world, but which one of y'all gonna whoop him?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, MZ, but I'm just, from my standpoint, I'm just saying this is what David should do. This is how you capitalize on your momentum.
D-Lo 404 say all these points you put on all these people, huh? And then he laughed. Look like the closest one, Joe, is you. You was down by 20.
Nah, Derek Bailey was up there.
Yeah, but that makes him close. Oh, he was closer than that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek Bailey was like at I think at 174. Something like that.
Man, let me find out that y'all got together and was like, man, we're gonna throw MZ a bone.
No, like I said, the judges took away my El Rayo pick. That would have put me right up there.
Treg said all the layoffs created the perfect environment of confusion to throw me off. I learned some new things though, so I'm good. And then D-Lo say Canelo has 2 fights planned for 23, but it couldn't hurt to build the buzz. Maybe 24 he gets it. The sentiment I've been seeing is Canelo fans being dismissive of David almost to the same extent as the way as they were of Andrade and Charlo. MF say David needs to do more.
I will say this. Canelo's not getting no younger. And honestly, I feel like Canelo could win this fight. The sooner he fights David, the better. If he fights him now, he wins.
You're thinking that David is realizing that he's starting to realize that he might be a little better than what he's been advertised as, and if he buckles down and really take the game 100% serious, he could turn into that Mexican monster.
Well, the problem is David doesn't have the elite skills in the pocket. He has good skills, but he doesn't utilize his jab. And Canelo has elite level skills fighting on the inside. His upper body movement, his counter punching. That's the reason why he's going to beat David Benavidez. His counter punching. He makes you miss. And the thing about Canelo, he's going to stand right in front of David Benavidez, and David Benavidez is going to have a hard time hitting him. And when he tries and he misses, Canelo's going to make him pay. That's the difference between Caleb Plant and Canelo Alvarez fighting a David Benavidez.
Okay. I see the conversation going on. My big bro say, JB, you still in second place overall?
Nah, I done move. I done got downgraded to third. I'm in third. I'm 11 points away from first now. I was 5, but I'm 11 now.
Trey say, nah, you just kicked everyone's ass. Ass this week. Any given Saturday. You know what, bro? I'm gonna run with that. You right. Canelo is a M. That's what D-Lo 404 said. I don't know what's going on with his typing. Canelo is AM. Somebody help me understand what that. I don't know what that means, man. Oh, Trey is telling him what place you in. D-Lo say MF Diva. He will likely, that's what it is. He said Canelo is a MF Diva. He will likely always go against what is demanded just because he can. And then Gil Coles has fallen into the house. What's up, Gil Coles? What's going on with you, man? It's going down. Yeah, out here chilling, talking a little boxing. Trey X and Gil Coles, how's your back? What happened to his back? Somebody, who did he go against this week? Did they drench him?
Rod X gave him that work.
Took him to the woodshed. Like the old folks say, took him out to the woodshed and beat that ass. Dang. At least he showed up. He ain't happy. He said spinal. Like Mike Tyson. I broke my back. What? Spinal. Yeah. Canelo rarely gets clear separation versus any of his top opponents. There's nothing elite about that MF. Just good. I could say that because when he seems to fight the top guys, he does seem to have a problem. He does seem. Rod X in the house coming in nice and strong saying, "What's up, my people?" Well, I know I'm going to say what's up because, you know, that's just how it is. You know, we show love to the family all the way around. I see we all starting to fall in. Rod X said he put my boy in a back. Damn, this motherfucker here jumping crazy. Put him in the backwards 174 to 147. Oh, he did flip that around nice and easy like that. Put him in the backwoods and smoked him. Rolled him up tight. Was it one of those backwoods that looked like a crooked snake? But I ain't never been able to roll a backwood good. And I've rarely met people that can. I think I've met 2 people that could roll a backwood good and make that mud just look tight and go. I started rolling up in here fast. Rod X in here. He said, yeah, I put Gil Coles in the backwood. Rumble, young man, Rumble. Eric R. What's up, man? Glad to see you done rolled up in the house and everything going good. Everybody's being nice and cordial with each other. And that's always a beautiful thing to take place. I guess it's safe to say that, you know, we all go ahead and let Caleb Plant do what he do. You know, he put up a good fight. MZ, the 36 Mafia of YouTube, the most known unknown. Oh, the 36. I said the 36. I should have took time and read that a little better. The 36 Mafia of YouTube, the most known. And I appreciate that, man. I really do. I know the brothers love to hear about that. Love to know that you said this. So I'm gonna make sure I pass it out to him. The voice of reason. That's what Rod X saying. MZ, go ahead and talk that shit. I'm unable to stay up late tonight. I don't care how many old men jokes you get off. Nah, man, I was just gonna chill and be what's the word I'm looking at here? I was just gonna be gracious and take my, I was just gonna wait for somebody to shoot a slug at me, and then I was gonna unleash and just go hard in the paint. But no, I'm not gonna do you like that. I'm gonna be chill in this time of victory. You know what I'm saying? Even though I did, lay down the smack. I put people in my rearview mirror. I didn't mean to stomp on Mike Hennigan the way I did. It just happened. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody put somebody in front of me and said, that dude said he could rap better than you. What? So, I went on and did what I had to do, and that's what it is. It's just what it is. But, I would like to thank my team, the Block family, Marlowe's Corner for letting me use the gym, Trey X and Joseph Brown helping me learn how to slip the jab. To everybody who put in as a team effort, I appreciate that. It was up to me to go out there and make it happen. But things like the pedigree scale and wise words from Joseph Brown on what he didn't want to say about certain fights, and wise words from the Oracle, who didn't also want to give up a lot of information about the fights that they saw. But it was the little things, the intricate details that they did and didn't speak on that I was looking at. And I was like, this is the way to go. And that's what I ended up with. So yes, I appreciate it. I thank you all coming in third out of about 60 people. It feels awesome. It feels awesome. But I would like to hold the first place trophy one day. So yes, I must say to all champions of the past, look forward to me joining you real soon in the future. Now back to the show. After all that, 36 Mafia. Yeah, I see it 36. I'm messing up totally. I'm glad. Oh, we got Derek Bailey in the house. Derek Bailey, I hear you in second place now. I mean, not second place. Let me bag that up because he's not in second place. What place are you in is the question I meant to ask. Nah,
He's in fifth. I'm in trade up match me and him up again. So this is the rematch.
oh, that's right. They got that thing to have. Okay, we're gonna see how it's gonna go down. Yeah, I whooped some serious ass, Eric. Oh, you right, I did. That boy D-Lo said it's a damn shame what MZ did to that man. That shit was overboard. No, it wasn't. Because wouldn't nobody taking it easy on me when they was stomping my ass all in the dirt. All kind of stuff was coming out. Is this man bragging about being second to last? I remember that statement. I remember reading it. I remember hearing all kind of stuff. I don't remember it now. I can't even really remember what it was that people were saying about me being in 56 or 52nd place. No, I don't remember none of that. You know, that stuff is like echoes in the dark. You know, you don't even know where it's coming from. It's just noise in the background. That's the way we looked at it. That's how we just kept on walking with it, kept on strolling, you know, doing what we're doing. What place you in now for the season? About no, D-Lo, I am not in. See, I knew a curveball was going to come some kind of way. I'm about in 50th. That's right, 50th overall. Not even nowhere close to reaching out and touching the pedigree scale for the season. And that's okay. That's okay. I have been motivated. There are some things that I want now. Some things that I'm like, okay, y'all already know. I was the first one in the first betting line when it came down to Champ Ross. That's right. The season that I came back, that happened. A betting line started. And I got the largest margin in a victory. So that's something for people to shoot for. But when it come down to doing it first, that was me. Me. That's right. I was part of that first thing. So now I got to get a championship. I got to win the Champ Ross, and I need to finish in the top 10. I can knock out two birds with one stone by going ahead and winning. And that'll finish me in the top 10. Then I can sit back and talk buku noise, put my feet up on the table at the round table where all the top big wigs, when it comes to thinking about boxing and talking boxing, I'll be right there. That's right, with my feet on the table. Smoking a lot, making it look like it's about to rain. Anyway. I see those periodic tongue lashings did you some good. I demand that we kick ass around here. And I feel you, Trey. I feel you. You know, I can't lie. I was sitting in the back saying, yeah, I'm going to be there in a minute, Chief. You know I got the skills. I'm just, I'm being lazy. But, you got on me, and that's what it is. And I give that up to you. Because I did have to kind of say, how the little brother going to come and fuss at the big brother about doing something? But, you threw that betting line in, and that kind of amped me up. And then when you start placing people against each other, I don't know, it just changed the whole dynamic for me. The whole dynamic. It did. And then to lose the first one, that really kind of like fucked me up, because losing like that, when it's going against somebody. So, yeah, the little things that you put into it now got me amped up. I'm ready to roll now. I'm ready to roll. So... Salute, Derek Bailey, Eric. Oh, okay, it done went up a lot. Whose background is that sounding like Mac and me? Don't know. Only person been talking is me. My bad, Joseph Brown. I know you in here with me. I am not meaning to hog up everything. Come on in, just jump in when you need to, because I'm just running my mouth. Derek Bailey beat the brakes off me. Let me put that up on the screen.
Man, talk your talk, man. There's been plenty of time where certain folks like D-Lo 404K done been at your helmet. So it's your time, brother.
I feel you, man. Not 404K. That's right. But like I said, I'm gonna be gracious with it. I'm gonna just sit back, because the same way it was looking good, it could look bad. But I'm not worried about the bad. Like I said, I have been motivated. He done brought something out of me, man. Really brought something out of me. Say Derek Bailey beat the brakes off me to earn a rematch with Joseph Brown. I'm still in the top 10, though. These are words of Trey X coming out. Let's see what else we got here. This is a good matchup. This week, we have Gil Coles versus D-Lo 404 Boxing. Oh, man. That's going to be a good one. Gil Cole say 50 sounds about right, OG. Yeah, I know I'm about in 50. That's more than 56. More than 58. Never been 60. So I'm gonna let you have that one. 50 sounds about right. Because it ain't gonna sound right next season. Matter of fact, at the end of this season, it ain't gonna sound right because I ain't gonna be at 50. That's right. That's right. I'm still training. I ain't gonna talk too much noise. But I will be saying when it come down to getting down, we're gonna have to get down. I'm ready to fight. Truth be told, if Trey X didn't stay on my case about it, I would have quit several seasons ago. But I'm glad I stuck with it. It's beneficial and fun regardless. You're right, it is, man. Especially since he just, we started being pitted against each other where you can instead of it just being overall, you fighting against the whole thing. You still fighting against the whole thing, but he putting you against somebody where you say, I gotta take this man down. I got to take him down. See, I've already took my L in my first fight. So I ain't worried about taking the L. So now it's time to come on with it. I'm going to just make my picks and roll. That's right, Erica. I have established myself as a live dog. Pit bull mixed with wolf. Mixed with werewolf. Mixed with great name. I don't know, whatever vicious dog you could think of, bull massive. I'm a big ass mother, all the mean dogs. I'm ready. You got to get the Marlowe's Corner trivia bell before you talk some trash. Oh, you can hold all that down, homeboy. You know damn well I can't type as fast as y'all to put the answers in the trivia. So you will not be tricking me to fall into the MMA category of what we do in our community. Because I would not be there getting choked out. It just won't happen. Say, at Trez, why the hell are you trying to push me to 3-0? D-Lo, I got some confidence you put up a hell of a fight. Ain't no shame in dropping one to Eric ROG. That nigga a problem. I know he is. And I'm just saying that I've already tasted defeat. It's like the young boxers, everybody want to hold on to their O. I let my O go. I'm ready. Don't matter who I go up against. I'm going to just have to go against them. They're going to have to deal with me. When it's all over, they're going to know I was there. That's all I'm saying. D-Lo 4-4 boxing, 23 versus 26. That's a great matchup. Yeah, that is a great matchup. He said, I'm going to actually have to make some picks this week. Yeah, you're gonna have to do something, man. Because I'm looking at you to stay up there. We got to represent the old school. Seeing I'm way in the back, still messing around. I don't know what I've been. I'm on my way though. I'm on my way, and as I pass up people going to the top, all I can say is thank you for holding this spot for me. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna talk too much noise. I'm gonna just let it go. You better get your miles up this week. I'm breaking you down like a Lego set. Oh, Gil Cole's already talking shit to D-Lo. He already telling you how he finna have you out there. He's coming back. That's crazy he mentioned Legos, huh?
Hey, I know one thing, Gil. You better retire that one emoji of Mike Tyson coming out in his ring walk, because that shit has not been in your favor, bro.
He been taking L since he been coming out with Mike, huh?
He better throw that one away. He better come with something different.
That boy say, Eric, I say, damn, my two brothers going head to head. Gil Coles versus D-Lo 4-4 boxing. That's gonna be a fair fight, a fire fight. The voice of reason going against the man that runs the chop shop down in Florida, Gil Coles. The man who follows Keith Thurman, who feels like Keith Thurman is the true and only undisputed welterweight to ever lace it up. That's how Gil Coles feels about Keith Thurman. And D-Lo 4-4 being the voice of reason, he looks at the situation and go, it is what it is. So I'm looking forward to the matchup. I'm not going to say where my money is going at right away, but I will be making my pick before the week is out. Just like with the fights coming up on Champ Ross. We got 12 fights coming up on the picks. I'm getting every chance I get at work. When it's a couple of boxing fans that come in there. I'm still trying to see if they made it to listen to Trey X fight. Trey X call the fight because I know they was listening in the store, but I'm trying to guide them over to the corner so they could check it out on their own and probably then they some real fans, especially this one brother. Me and him, we started talking. I'm supposed to be cleaning up. He's supposed to be picking up some juice and some cigarettes for his wife. We end up having a 20-minute conversation talking about boxing and the upcoming fights. You know, he interested in Tank. I'm letting him know about the corner and the community and how we sit around and talk boxing and stuff like that. He looked very interesting, but you know, we'll see how it goes because I realized that I had to finish doing my job, and he had to get home to his wife and give her shit. We didn't need her coming up there doing anything like that. Joseph Brown is just definitely MDB giving me hell on this ML. I periodically verbally abuse. Oh wait, we practically get verbally abused. And I said periodically. He got to get connected to the practically. That also threw me off. Practically get verbally abused over here, but keep coming back to support because I'm like that. Who be verbally abusing D-Lo for? Whoever. Let me make this loud and clear. Whoever be verbally abusing D-Lo 4 boxing, y'all need to stop that. We're going to have some kind of talk behind the scenes. So whoever it is, I feel like y'all need to go ahead and keep it real and show yourself right now. Just go on and show yourself so we can go and get it over with. I'm asking you right now, please stop abusing my boy D-Lo 4 boxing. Joseph Brown, you know anything about what D-Lo 4 talking about?
I think D-Lo's you making him sweat a little bit. So he trying to play the victim card, but we don't do that around here, D-Lo. You know, you've been giving it just as good as you've been as receiving it. So I think it's been a pretty fair exchange. You know what I mean?
Okay. But you know, just in case you see who it is that he's talking about, you just let me know so we can try to get that taken care of because I don't want D-Lo to feel like somebody's abusing him. That's my old homie. Give codes in the wise words of a champ from Harlem Nights. Don't take this ass whooping personally. I hope I did that justice. I'm 1-1, but I went against 2 people in the top 10. I'm out for revenge this week, though. Texas walked him down. Ranger and woke up. He done got his head tilted. He done pulled his boots up tight. I don't know. Do you tuck your pants in your boots or do you wear them on the outside? But he ready. He finna walk somebody down. So y'all better look out. Texas walk him down, Ranger and start speaking.
Yeah, we only got 10 picks this week, MG.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's
gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to gain ground this week.
So the key is to try not to give up none. That's the key. So, see, I'm trying to rematch Eric R. with Moody Trayweather this week. Oh, shoot, that's gonna be a good one too. If you saying Eric R. versus Moody Trayweather, or are you talking about them versus you? You calling both of them out? Give me a little clarity. D-Lo say, forget that 23. I'm number 22. The other dude is 23. Y'all get that right when y'all getting out the rankings to this man. This man said he need his, and y'all need to come on and get it up correctly. Rod X in the house say urge to purge is backwood bound. Oh man, this man coming in here talking about smoking up everybody in backwoods. Let me see. D-Lo 404, you know Trey is a PBC matchmaker. Had me and Mikey versus Earl Spence matchup last week. Never mind. MZ earned a rematch with Eric R. That's all. Is that what's gonna happen? Ladies and gentlemen, let me call my people because it seems like this right down the pipe, fresh off the presses, straight through the newsroom. It is being announced It has been announced, it's rumors to have said, not rumors, it is being rumored, and sources say that MZ has earned a rematch with Eric R. We just waiting for the contracts to be signed and an official announcement to be made. So we'll see how that goes. You guys stay tuned as we stay on top of that. I'm loving this. Loving it. You see, let's go, champ. Eric R. said, Eric, we're going down. Derek Bailey, you must have started taking it serious this season. You turned into one of the strongest on the block. It's something about the betting lines, man, and people being pitted against each other. They bring out that primal instinct where they like, oh, it's time to go. It's a different feeling from just going into Champ Ross for the week with nobody in front of you than it is with going into Champ Ross with somebody in front of you. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
I'm gonna say this, MZ. The block fam so cold that we ain't even worried about Champ Ross. We worried about how we gonna top one another. That's how cold the block fam is right now.
To be honest, that is the conversation going on right now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's going off the chain. It is fun. It is fun. I be trying to motivate. There he is. He says, I just be trying to motivate. I'm like the Bobby Knight. I feel you, Mr. Bobby Knight. Indiana Hoosier. One of the best coaches in college that I can remember. Mean as hell, but I like a mean coach. It gets my juices flowing. It gets me aggravated. You know what I'm saying? You hear the coach talking that shit, so you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to prove you wrong. My coach had the nerve in college to tell me I couldn't dunk. Matter of fact, he told the whole team, y'all can't dunk. Y'all just going down making noise on the rim. I'm like, come on, dog. Y'all ain't going to go. I'm trying to kiss the rim on this man. Let him know who you going to try to test against my jumping ski. What's wrong with you? So
hey, we gotta give all the credit to matchmaker extraordinaire Don King, Trey X. You know what I'm saying, for putting these great matches together. You know,
I wouldn't call him a Don King. I would give him more of a Al Heyman feel because Trey old school. He old school, 100%. Don King. You know what I'm saying? Only Don King can pair up these kind of matchups and bring out the best. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I want to make sure that Don King make sure my money be right though. You know, I want to make sure that part of him ain't coming. The matchmaking part, I'll take 100%. What we got here? Yeah, I make sure I don't wait until the last minute to make my picks. In the past, I will forget to make my picks and have to rush them at Trey X. You know what, Derek Bailey? I'm gonna go ahead and be honest with you. That's the way I started off doing, waiting till the last minute, lazily doing the homework. Just, oh shoot, I'm out of time. Let me hurry and just pick some fights real quick. Like when you're being lazy on that day when y'all taking that bubble field test. Fuck it. A, B, C, D, D. You know what I'm saying? You just filling in the bubbles and you're gonna let your face rest where it lay that day because you just feel like taking an off day. So, that's what happened to me. It's you, MZ. Can't do nothing with that riff-raff that come up in the store. So you try to take it out on me. But I'll be up for it, bro. For the banter. Huh? It's me? Are you trying to say it's me that been verbally abusing you? Because I don't think that's even in part of my personality to verbally abuse somebody. I would not do that. No, not you, D-Lo. Me? You're a block family member. I love you like a brother from another mother. You know what I'm saying? I just if I have done such a thing, forgive me. I had not noticed that I was verbally slamming you or kicking you or just running you around the house, taking your oatmeal. I just didn't realize that was happening. Trey X said Derek Bailey, it shows. He's right, D-Lo 44. He is tied for 22nd. Okay, get him what it is. Wait, Derek Bailey went and saw the wizard. Derek Bailey went and did his thing. Trey X had some bad picks. He had a lot of stuff on his mind. Trace, I can't do him dirty. I need help with the project soon. He might not be able to shake that whoopee. Oh, I don't know. Facts, JB. We competitive over here. That's right. Hyphy the Rebel in the house. Let's try to have performance of the week. Great. How's it going, Hyphy? Whose picture is that he got up there? That ain't the picture I'm used to, but he a chameleon when it comes to changing and everything. Ernest Davis, he took care of the Wizard. But I'm still top 10 and we'll be back. Okay, Wiz, because you know I'm your biggest fan. That man is 6'13". Coach got tired of seeing his lanky ass getting hung at the rim. Who? First of all, smart man. I wish I was in the 70s as far as foot-wise, but I'm just 6'5". And I didn't get hung on the rim. I can jump. I don't know how hard it is for you to jump into the front seat of your truck, but I'm sure I don't have that much of a difficult time as you do, old man, getting into your truck. I'm going to stop calling you old. You know what, D-Lo? I expect you to shoot some little slugs at me like that. But, you know, the bullets can't reach me. And I can barely hear what you're saying because I'm looking in the rearview mirror of last week's picks, and I just don't see you. I'm over the hill. I just don't see where you at. You know what I'm saying? So holler at me this week if I don't pass you up again. You know what I'm saying? We on the oval track. It's like lapping folks. How many times would you say I lapped you? Twice, 2.5, 3. I don't know. I know I put a few laps on Mike Hennigan, but, you know, Mike ain't here to defend himself. So I'm not going to even say nothing about Mike. But for everybody else that has something to say, y'all know where y'all at. I think technically I'm Block Fam affiliate. Someone has to convince Marlo and Trey to open up the books and let a motherfucker in. He say he's in the Block Family affiliate. I don't even know where he would get that from. Trey said, I won't let you down, OG. Talking to Ernest Davis, my big brother. Don't even worry about it. I'll bring the block back another chip, too. Oh, y'all hear the young champ is talking that talk, saying he finna make this happen again. You have to see. Maybe I have a little step stool that I use to get in the truck. Maybe. And your little walker, I bet you just got your little pillow set up so you can see over the steering wheel. How you touching the pedals and seeing over the steering wheel? Let me not say D-Lo short because he might not be short. D-Lo might be 6'7". Good luck on your Champ Ross picks this week, D-Lo. Because of the battle between you and I'm gonna go ahead and say right out the gate, without even no disrespect to whoever he challenging or who's ever challenging him, I'm riding with the voice of reason right out the gate. Let it go ahead and be known right now. Put my money down on the voice of reason to make it happen. Sitting at 50 something, I wouldn't be talking about lapping anymore. Wow. You know what? You can't take away from the fact that I finished in third place this week. Where you finished? Number 6. No. 7. No. 8. No. 9. No. 10. No. Not in the top 10. I could say I finished in the top 10 this week. But I feel you with that 50-something. I can't be saying I'm lapping anybody. You right. 50-something. I consider y'all Block Fam. Appreciate that, Trey Hayes. He said, consider it stamped. I got a rascal. Nope, I'm 5'9" and fat. 5'9" and fat. Oh, I only beat you about 20 points this week, D-Lo. You know, only 20. That's you know, that's not bad at all. Actually, that's pretty good. You know, it lets me know that I could slowly chop ground and keep coming up on you. And before I know it, I'm gonna be right there with you, looking in your car as I'm driving by. Because you know I don't like tents. So I want you to see me as I ride by. I keep rolling. I don't worry about no problems, and no problems worry me. You know how I go. Anyway, how you feel about Anthony Joshua? Yeah, I read that that little clip that the guys put into the Discord talking about he'll quit if he loses to this boy Franklin.
He should feel that way because he's by far he's the better fighter on paper. So he should feel that way. If you can't put a guy like Franklin away, if you can't beat a guy like Franklin, then there's really nothing left for Anthony Joshua at that point. He's 33 years old. He's been unified champion a couple of times. He's fought the best. He's only lost to Usyk and
Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz. I mean, at this stage of his career, you want to have one more legitimate shot at being champion again. If you can't beat this guy, then that's pretty much not going to happen for you.
I'm gonna just say I'm gonna wait to see what happens. I'm gonna wait to see what happens. He rich, we know that. He rich already. D-Lo said he been quit. Hold on, let me say. Well, it's actually worse than you beat me head to head. So, okay.
I actually think that he's with a trainer that's going to be honest with him. I think Garcia was going to be honest with him, but I think Derek James is going to tell him exactly what's going on in the ring. He ain't going to sugarcoat it, and we'll see if Joshua is receptive to that when someone's telling him like, "Hey, you need to do this. You're not doing what we need you to do right now." Because typically, we've seen how it's been in his training when he's in a fight with his trainer, advising him in the corner. They're not giving him much to work with. So,
right. Let me answer Trey X. He made a statement. He said, "We only have 2 weeks remaining this season, so you don't have much time for me to make a move. But I'm gonna go ahead and set the goal. I gotta finish at least high 40s, and that way I can say, okay, I know I messed around. No, I should be able to finish higher than the high 40s. If I really push it, I should be able to hit 30s mark. So that's what I'm gonna push for. I'm pushing to finish in the 30s mark, especially if we got 2 weeks. I got to make some serious jumps. 6. That was only 4 spots, really. Now I'm not gonna be able to make that. Not mathematically thinking. I'd have to be perfect both seasons. I mean, perfect all the way through. I'm great. I'm good, but I ain't that good. Nobody's perfect. D-Lo says AJ hasn't fought the best. The 2 guys considered his rivals. He hasn't fought. And 3, if you throw Ortiz in. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. He hasn't fought the top guys of the heavyweight, because I believe universally, no matter how anybody want to chalk it up, they would have to say Fury and Wilder are number 1 and number 2. And Ortiz would be the strong number 3. The other guys are just coming and getting started. So that's what it is. I agree with him on that. He made some good money in boxing. His legacy, if you want to call it that, people are not going to really look at it that great. As where his people going to look at it as great. How can you scoff at the fact that he had 3 of the belts, 3 of the 4 belts for a good while. He had a chokehold on it. Made a crap load of money out of his English fans. Didn't fare too well when he came to America, but hey, that's either here or there. He had one of the greatest promoters when it came to selling AJ juice and Eddie Hearn. So yeah, I think, as far as he's concerned, he did everything he really needs to do. Why get punched in the face any more than he needs to be? D-Lo said, I think Garcia was too honest in training. So AJ put Fernandez, it jumped on me. Put Fernandez, or whatever his name is, in charge. Aim high, MZ. I always aim high. I'm realistic, though. Smart enough to know Don't pour all your juice out in the rest of the season. So it's only 2 weeks. Everybody would have to have some kind of brain aneurysm, not die, just have brain farts where they all pick the wrong shit and get less than 50 points for the next 2 weeks for me to make a substantial jump in the numbers like that. And y'all ain't finna do that. All y'all finna be holding tight, trying to scratch and claw to get up the ladder a little bit more to finish strong. So it is what it is. But next season, I'm coming out hot and ready, especially if next season is just like this, where we going head to head. We still in Champ Ross, but we got a little bubble going. If we going like this, it's going down. It's going down. That's all I can say. So y'all might as well get ready. Start studying, start looking at film, doing whatever you need to do. I'm putting it out the declaration right now. Get your shoes ready. Get your gloves and your hands wrapped. I don't know what you like to do. Eat some onions. Smoke some weed. Do whatever it is you need to do. Get ready, because MZ coming for you. All the top spots. I love you like brothers from other mothers, but I'm coming for all the top spots. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. AJ need a PR guy. He be saying stupid shit before a fight. He might straighten up a little bit. I don't know. I guess you could say we watched the guy pretend to be something that he wasn't for as long as he could. And the facade started to break, his real self started, because you can only pretend to be something for so long before the true you start popping up. That's no matter what you do and who you are. You could only fake it for so long. You cannot pretend to be something that you're not. You can only be you. And AJ can only be him. So those mistakes that popped up, that was him. That other dude that we've been knowing sitting around trying to be well reserved and held back, all that's not really him. But I digress. Trey X said Joshua's resume isn't bad at all. Didn't say bad. I just said that I don't. The 2 fights the 3 fights that people really wanted to see him fight. The number 1 fight was he against Wilder, and I guess the number 2 fight would be against Fury. And I really never heard people really clamoring for that fight, except for when they were trying to make the Fury AJ fight to keep Wilder from getting his rematch. Other than that, at least fight Wilder. He took care of business with everybody else except for Andy Ruiz and except for Oleksandr Usyk. And true, other than that, he whooped everybody else.
I look at it like this, NZ. All these guys have incomplete resumes at heavyweight, so I don't even like to get into the resume talk when it comes to any of these guys, the Wilder, Fury, or even AJ, because if they all would have fought each other, then we'd be having a different conversation. But as far as their resume goes, it's always going to be incomplete unless they end up fighting each other. That's just how I look at it.
Okay. I won't go against that. I won't go against that at all. Eddie's been speaking subversive about AJ lately. It's as if he's trying to distance himself in the event that AJ loses. I could be wrong. It's hard to read Eddie Hearn when it comes down to it, because he seems to be like a great opportunist. When they got Canelo over in the stable, it's all about Canelo. When Canelo's gone and AJ's back, it's all about AJ. But I don't know. Maybe Eddie's confidence in AJ is a little shook. Maybe he really wasn't as much of an AJ supporter as he made it seem. That's all you know. That's all you could say.
I mean, but Eddie is just echoing the sentiment that's out there about how important this moment is for AJ as far as his career. They know if he loses this fight, you know, a lot of what has made Matchroom is no longer going to be what it is, and that's going to be a huge blow to Matchroom if he loses this fight. It's going to be devastating to Matchroom. So that's why it's very important to keep the system, to keep the wheels turning, to keep the money train going. AJ has to. He has to win.
Well, he is their marquee fighter. He's the name that you equate with Matchroom, where you would equate with him. But yeah, if he takes one more loss, who do they elevate? Who do they have that they can sell off as the next big thing, the one that people will get behind? Because they fans do support, but I don't see who they have. A young enough guy that's going to do that, because the Du Bois guy, he got punched in the eye a lot, where it kind of cracked his facade a little bit, the way people look at him, at least the way they talked about it. But we'll see how it goes down. Gil Cole said, I think AJ will respond better with Derek than he did with Garcia. In my opinion, I don't really feel like he and Garcia really had a connection. I think it was more of a business move, and it was treated that way. And for AJ, I don't think that served him well.
Well, I will say, Dubois is a Frank Warren fighter, so he's with Frank Warren.
Okay.
As far as Derek James and their rapport with Anthony Joshua, that remains to be seen. We have to see. We'll have to see how he responds to him in an actual fight. We'll have to see some of the things that he's doing, if he's implementing some of those things from training into the fight. We're gonna all the questions are gonna get answered on Saturday, where Anthony Joshua is, as far as still being a big name in the sport. He's gonna be a big name, but as far as him actually being legitimate, still to be able to have opportunity to get another crack at a title shot, we're gonna see.
Right. I'm looking at I guess I could look at the fact that they picked the perfect opponent for him, in my opinion, because this is the guy that Dillian White just beat. Am I correct? And AJ has Franklin.
Yeah, a guy who Dillian White didn't look so great in beating. So
right, he didn't look great, but he beat him. And I'm just looking at the fact, AJ, this is a guy that Dillian beat. I beat Dillian. This could be a confidence builder for him. So, putting that into my mind, I'm looking at the fact that he's talking about he'll retire if he lose. Yeah, that plays that could make a lot of sense now. Big bro say no weeks missed, bro. I'm not gonna miss no weeks, bro. I'm not gonna miss no day. I'm gonna make sure I get all my picks in for these next couple of weeks. And then next season, I'm gonna just go hard. AJ has a very solid resume, in my opinion, for sure. Just can't dismiss the fact that he didn't fight those guys. Wilder has a strike on him for no AJ fight, in my opinion. It's gonna be always stated that they both missed each other and the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not just a Wilder. That's not just a Wilder miss. That's an AJ miss. It's a Fury miss.
Right. Fury and Wilder.
That's the same. Yeah, Fury and Wilder fought. AJ didn't fight Wilder, but AJ fought Usyk. Wilder and Fury haven't fought Usyk. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we had some really good fights that guys didn't fight each other, and they're all incomplete because we still don't know at the end of the day,
what could
on paper, who's the best. We still have that question mark at the heavyweight division.
You're right. Gil Cole, Du Bois and Joyce are with Frank Warren's company. I misspoke, D-Lo. My bad. But I appreciate you throwing it out there. Gil Cole said, I got Franklin, though. AJ is on his third head training in 3 fights, so I hope that if it's not instant success, he opts to settle with the trainer. If it's not instant success. And then the Oracle steps in and says Franklin is a 3.5. So he's a solid opponent. Joshua is a shaky 5 because of gift decisions in the Olympics and stuff like that. See, I got that. But yeah, I had Franklin to beat Dillian White. And let's not make no mistake. After Joshua got beat by Andy Ruiz, I've always been shaky on Joshua. I don't think I've picked him to win any fight, particularly after Andy Ruiz, after he lost to Andy the first time. Andy disappointed me by coming in so fat the second fight because I felt like he could have defeated Joshua both fights. Usyk proved that, you know, you can use the same thing to beat him. He did a better job in the second fight. But I just don't have the confidence in AJ. So if I had to say right now, right out the gate, because, you know, if the fight is coming up, I'm going against AJ.
I mean, MZ, we're gonna see. All this stuff sounds good, you know, with the folks in the chat saying this stuff, but we're gonna see who actually picks, who actually is gonna go out on a limb and pick against AJ this week.
You would consider it going out on a limb? I feel you.
No, I'm saying we're gonna see who goes out on a limb and picks it against him.
That boy Gia Cole say Franklin gonna call in at his roofing job and whoop AJ ass. I put the ass in there. He just put whoop AJ. Usyk was a mandatory that AJ didn't want to fight and forced into a rematch clause, but yes, he fought him. Yeah, he might didn't want to. I don't know about if he wanted to or not. I just know he ended up in the ring with him. Not to say that, you know, Wilder and Fury still have time to fight Usyk. So, you know, that part of the story hasn't been written yet. If they end up fighting Usyk, it kind of strengthens their story against Joshua's. Well, yeah, it kind of strengthened theirs against Joshua. I guess it'll keep them all in the same boat, kind of, because they still didn't fight each other. Trey X say Joshua is a 10-1 favorite. 10-1. Chaz Witherspoon was working at Walmart when he got the call for Usyk. Performed well, but was in no way fight shape. Usyk has looked better and better at heavyweight since. Yeah, but Franklin ain't you know just been sitting on no roof or nothing like that. Franklin has been active. So, you know, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna sit back. You know, I still got a good thing. I'm gonna tell you what really helped me last week.
I welcome him, MZ.
You welcome.
I welcome them, MZ. I want them all to pick. I want them to all to pick against Anthony Joshua. Go ahead.
So the only person that really said something about picking against him really is me, because I feel a certain way about him. But I have learned I don't let my feelings help make a pick. Just like I said, I spoke well about Caleb Plant, and my heart was in picking for Caleb Plant and beating Benavidez. And so I spoke on the show. Yes, I will stand by Caleb Plant and hope he wins. But when it came to making a move in the Champ Ross, I picked Benavidez. I actually picked him to knock Caleb out in the 10th round. I'm glad I was wrong. I didn't get Caleb knocked out. I still did well because I got the fight. So, you know, it worked out good for me. I have no shame in saying that, you know, I might, you know, with my heart, I'm let you know on here sometime with my heart, I'm going to speak about a fighter. But when it comes down to, we're going head to head. When it comes down to going against one of the family members to try to get that trophy, I'm going with the right pick. It is what it is. It's just what it is. I hope all these guys mix it up before they hang it up. Well, Two of them's already talking about hanging it up. You know, Deontay Wilder is still talking about, you know, he don't need boxing and stuff like that. He's already flirted with the fact of hanging it up. Unless he's going to fight for a belt real soon, I don't see him just hanging around just to be fighting. Same with AJ. They already in their 30s. Wilder's like, what, 35? About to be 36 if he had a birthday, something like that. Or was he 34 turning 35? I think he's like the oldest of the heavyweights that's the top guys, or the second oldest. Am I right? Ortiz.
I mean, they're all in that same area, man.
Hold on. Franklin just got active. He was off for around 2 years. Yeah, I know he just got active. That's what I was saying. He just fought Dillian White, which puts him in some decent enough shape, I think, to be able to stand and face AJ. But I'm just talking. I'm just chewing the fat right now, swiggling around, seeing, figuring out how I'm gonna go. I'm not saying it's how I'm gonna go on the Ross pick. Man, I'm good. Did Eric accept the challenge? Is it official? The rumors have been said, and I heard from a strong source that MZ and Eric R was facing each other this week in Champ Ross. I just want to make sure it's official. So, if anybody heard anything to make that substantial and official, y'all let me know. And I need to know what the betting lines is. I just need to know what the odds are. When you said roofing job, it made me think of Chaz. Oh, I feel you. If you didn't pick Benavidez, you wouldn't have got third. Hey, it is what it is, bro. That's why I told you. That's why I let you know when I put the pick in. I was like, dude, I know what I said. You think it's wrong. I don't want nobody to think, oh, MZ giving out false information. I just went what I felt like was going to be right. Wait a minute. Curveball coming. Watch me dodge it. It said, MZ, I forgot to mention earlier, stop bragging. You used to be 6'5". I'm sure once you hit your 90s, you shrunk a few inches. No. When did you ever make it to, how tall did he say 5'9"? You 5'9", you tall as that dude. What's his name? The rapper that don't make music no more. And I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying he got the little verse that he said he 5'9" feet tall. So that's D-Lo. That's not that tall, homeboy. That's not that tall. So when, how tall are you? You must have been like 7 foot, because you like, what, 177? For you to be shrunk down to looking like, you in your 90s, for you to be 6'9". I can't 5'9". I can't believe this, man. That's okay. I'm in third place this week, pimping. Third place. Don't matter what you forgot to mention. You mentioned that I was in third place this week. Can you mention that? Go and type that in the chat, since you're talking about night and shrunk down some inches. Go on in. Let me pop my collar. I don't even have on the collar. I got on the collarless shirt, but I'm going to pop the shoulders. Nah, yeah. I hope you can hear it. That's me popping you off, D-Lo. Brush the dirt off my shoulders, man. Had to get one in before I nod off. Yeah, I knew you probably been asleep for a minute. Just woke up and started typing shit. Eric R is minus 140. MZ plus 115. Yeah, this that dude. Like, if this was like all access, this is the time that I say, yeah. We faced off before. And he handled his business. I'm not going to take nothing away from him. You know what I'm saying? I went out there. I didn't perform well. But, you can trust and believe that this time, it shall be different. It shall be different. I'm here for a reason. I just want to let you people know that it's going down. Eric R, I know you're listening. I know you hear me. Just trust. Trust and believe, pimping. Trust and believe. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to right the wrong. Straighten the ship. Straighten the ship. So, yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. You say, Royce, I don't think he's really 5'9". But are you 5'9"? That's the question. Trey X said we need a tall person versus we need tall people versus short people week. And let's see what's up. I almost hate to ask this question, but how many of us is tall? Just, just throwing it out there. I think Joseph Brown, how tall are you, my brother? What do we consider tall? We need to know what that is.
6'4", 6'4", MZ.
Okay, so you would be in the tall category. So I see Trey is trying to add a new wrinkle into the situation. Let's say that MZ got that third place, looked around and said, who else wants some of MZ? You sure right. I did. That's exactly. I did like him. Who was he used to take his shirt off? I tore my shirt off and stood up, lit a blunt, and say, who else wants some? Who feel like they really got it? Come on, get it. Come on, deal with who it is that is standing right here, right now. Y'all finally seen Mr. Heat is heard, but seldom seen. That's right, rarely seen. Seldom seen. But I feel like D-Lo got some over outrage. He still is sitting in disbelief saying, damn, MZ went to third place like that. The Gil Cole just ring in and say, even the sun shines on a dog ass some days, OG. I know they do. I heard that statement before. But if you live in sunny California and you let your dog out every day, I guess the sun shine on his ass all the time. Yeah. Nah. Let me pop my collar some more. Cause it sounds like people saying something. And I ain't worried about it. Cause you know what you can't take away from me? You can't take away from the fact that I got third place this week. Yeah. You can't take that. So it don't matter what you say, how you say it. Dog shining on the dog and all that, Oh, there it is. This is facts. This is the facts that I've been waiting for the email. It's Eric R. Sources say it is being rumored that MZ and Eric R have agreed to everything. Everything. And the fight is on the way. See, I didn't talk to Al. I talked to Trey X, Don King Jr., the third, the 12th, the man who makes the matches. Yeah, I spoke to him because Joseph Brown said we don't deal with Al Heyman. I don't know why. Why we don't deal with Al Heyman? They make money. We fight all the time. I think he a mixture of both. So yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight is on. Eric R versus MZ, a.k.a. Musically Zone, a.k.a. Mr. 1326. Always spitting sick. It's going down. I'm flexing over here. Y'all can't see I'm flexing because, well, I'm only flexing one arm because the other one don't flex like that. Can't flex with half a muscle. But, yeah, it's going down. It's going down. Doing a little happy dance around. Happy to put my foot down and go hard. Ham. That's right. It's going. But we just calm down, take a sip. Whew. That means I got to do some serious study. I got to really. It's going down. Eric R, I'm coming for you. I remember what you did to me last time. I remember. I'm coming for you. We're going to have a trilogy, baby. I'm calling that into effect. We're going to have a trilogy. It's going down. See, Eric, you even agreed to that big ass 95-5 split? That's what's up. Well, see, I knew D.O. was good for something. That's my agent right there, ladies and gentlemen. He got that 95-5 split. So I'm getting all the purse pretty much, all the gate. I don't know how much the betting line. I'm putting something down on myself. Y'all know I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pull a Floyd Mayweather and go and bet on myself. I ain't gonna say what round or nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know the fight gonna go the distance. But I'm gonna be the one that can holding their hands up at the end of the day. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm talking big noise. I'm practicing, so when I start being in the top 5 all the time, like regular, this just gonna be a normal occurrence. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be I could not come on the panel when I had 4s and 5s from the pedigree scale of Champ Ross on my panel all the time. How I'm gonna do that? How I'm gonna do that? So I had to pull a stunt. Y'all feel me? Y'all know what it is. It's much love to you, but somebody gonna have to be behind me. That's all I'm saying. Somebody gonna have to be behind. Gil Cole's third fight was like St. Valentine's Day Massacre, though. That was a classic, though. Trey Gil Cole, they talking. Settle down, sir. You shouldn't get too excited once you get into your 120s. Whew, but that's the number I asked for. If I make it to 120, I'll be blessed, and super happy because I'll be like, God, let me make it to 120. I'm ready to check out now, though. All I asked for was 120. So you putting it right there kind of confirming. I ain't quite there yet. But yeah, I might lose a little speed when I get to like 110, 105. But as long as my mind still stays sharp like a trap, a steel one, I'll be all right. You know what it is? If you go say my name in the mirror 5 times and meet your maker. Oh, Eric, spitting out some bravado right there. Say his name. Let me see. Where's a mirror at? Better be glad there ain't no mirror right here right now, because I sure say it 5 times. That's the kind of noise I'm talking. Champ Ross, who's the boss? It's in the BMZ over Eric R. Smart money say put your money on the Z. But I know a lot of people gonna run to Eric R because he had me in the first fight. The lights caught me slipping. It was like going on stage and the mic not working and people looking at you crazy. I just couldn't shake that feeling off because they messed up my mic. So I tipped my hat to Eric R for the first one. But I earned a rematch, baby. That's what it is. In my Charlo voice, baby Charlo. That's right. That's why I shouldn't even have to take the loss in the first place, but I did. So I took it like a man. I learned something about myself. I learned that I don't like losing, but I been know that. I don't know where I was playing. I knew better than that. I knew Eric R was gonna come with something, but I let him walk through. I played it all loose and goosey. Let him move through, and then everybody talk down to me. Talk bad, talk hard. Had my coach Trey X talking like, oh my Lord, MZ, what are you doing? Oh, you want to get your ass kicked all over the gym? Then go ahead. I went home and thought about it. Talked to my wife and my son, rubbed the dog, and thought hard about it. Started looking at the fights, holding it against the pedigree scale. Listening to the wise ones like Joseph Brown and Trey X, D-Lo 404 Boxing and Duquesne, having conversation about fights, letting my mind ease into it, and I swayed myself into picking the right picks, and that's going to happen again. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's going down. D-Lo 404 Boxing say, don't cherry pick. MZ, we up next. Oh, that's what, oh. So you calling me out now? That's what's happening. Okay. Don't cherry pick, MZ. We up next. Cherry picking. So you saying Eric R is a cherry pick? Eric R hard. But that's all right. I ain't gonna do like you did to open my mouth and say I'd take on 2 people at the same time. Because if I did, people would be shocked and say, did MZ just say he'd take on 2 people at the same time? Yeah, he did. If it's written, let it be done. Y'all seen the movie with the man when he made the sea spread apart? Moses, the 10 Commandments. Y'all heard him say, so let it be written, so let it be done. Did I say I'll take it? Yeah, I sure did. Trey X, if you listening, go on and put D-Lo on the list with me and Eric R. We can go ahead and see how I break down. We ain't got to wait till next week. Yeah. I'm popping my shoulders again because I ain't got no collar. I hope you can hear that. I hope you can hear that. See, I'm not crazy about cherries. I love cherries. How about that? The bro Trey X cracking up about something, I don't know. And then Gil Coles is MZ won last week like Cobra did. No, I didn't win like Cobra did. Actually, I won with a great distance between me and the man who was supposed to be messing with me. That's how I won. It wasn't nothing shaky about that. Everything I did was good on my picks. Only thing that might have messed up something, but it still helped me out. I lost with Joey Spencer, but I picked that up by taking Cobra. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't know how y'all feel that the judges went on and gave that man that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. All I got something to do with is the fact that I picked Cobra and he won. And that's what it is. So don't be trying to diminish my thing talking about I won like Cobra did, because I won like a G. And I'm striding with it. That's right. That's right. D-Lo 404 said MZ been setting one long ass trap all season and finally sprung it. Look how you made that stance. Me and what he wanted to. Gil Coles. Me and MZ is like Jones versus DC. John Jones. Who the hell is DC? I'm John Jones. I'm pretty sure he the best. I'll take John Jones. He said D-Lo going against Gil Coles this week. Okay. Go on, save me then, bro. Let me calm down. Let me go ahead and let some of that extra energy go. Let me let some of it go. Trey said you going against somebody else. So I got you next week though, homeboy. Go ahead and put it in the books, bro. Put it down in ink. That way we can go ahead and make it happen. Shaking my head, fuck. If that's what he wants. Lock that shit in too. Nobody calls me out and gets denied. Say it with your chest. Type it with your big thumb. Put it in capital letters all across the board so I know you mean it. That's how I feel, though. Trey X, this just out. MZ was outstanding last week. He got 86% of his picks right. Y'all heard that? I was 80% accurate last week. I mean, it was hard for you to slip the jab and the hook and the uppercut. That's right. Moving my feet. Bobbing and weaving. Bending at the waist. Not stepping back in a straight line, but stepping to the side. Pivoting. Keeping the man off balance through the whole time. And it ended in a massacre. And I'm sorry, Mike Hennigan. But I had to do what I had to do. My coach called me out. Talked about getting my ass kicked. I'm just telling you what it is. D-Lo talked bad to me. Joseph Brown was hardly holding a conversation with me. He was on the show with me. Everybody looking at me over their glasses if they want. Shaking their head. Blowing their buzz saying, you better than this. You know better, OG. What are you doing? You got a channel. Is there no pride? Grabbing me all by my collar. I had on a collar last week. But they were grabbing me. So y'all know what it is. It's hard to be great 2 weeks in a row. I went from number 1 to number 24. It's easier to win a title than to defend it. These are the words of the oracle. The man who called a frog from a whale, Trey X. The first, let me count that again. The 0, number 1, first person to win the championship in Champ Ross for the Block family. In the gym of the Block family. At Marlowe's Corner. Y'all know in this whole little community, he was the first one. So that's the only first that I can't beat him at. Because he got that already. But, you know, I'm going to give him I'm going to let it be known that the man that he groomed to make bets and stuff like that, help open his eyes better. His student made a good stand. It's going to be number 1 and 2. So y'all can be ready. Eric R had something to say. He said, fight of the year candidate. Prediction, pain. I don't know who's going to feel it because I got a high tolerance for it. You know what I'm saying? Eric, I'm coming for you, baby. I'm coming for you. That's all I can say. In my Muhammad Ali voice, y'all talking about George Foreman. Forget George Foreman. I'm the one going out there to fight. Y'all worried about George Foreman. How I'm supposed to have this fight while y'all worried about Eric R? I ain't worried about Eric R and his predictions of pain. Can't hit what you can't see. So this is a young man's body, but an old man's thinking game. We about to play chess, not checkers. So let the gates open up. Come on, run on up in here. It's gonna be different. I'm telling you, we're gonna be dancing different. The music changed. The tempo is all different. I'm waiting on you, Eric R. That's all I can say about that. Pain. I like pain. Pain is a snack to me. The heck? Yeah. And when it's all over, I want to shake your hand. We still great family. You just know that I had to take care of you because, you know, you made me look bad the first time. And I can't have that. Gil Cole say Marlo's Corner trivia champ got to get some rest. Catch y'all on the next one. Strong 26. D-Lo, don't duck me. Good one. Hey, man, we're going to holler at you later, Gil Cole. Appreciate you coming through. We're just having fun right now. Trey say the winner of MZ versus Eric R gets the winner of D-Lo versus Gil Cole. Let me go ahead and say it right now. MZ facing Gil Cole or D-Lo 4-4 in about 2 weeks. I'm not being dismissive of Eric R. I'm just saying I done played this out of my mind already. I already see where it's going. I done pulled a Dr. Stephen Strange in the end game. I'm sitting there looking at all the different things, and I done came up with the one that's going to bring me victory. So y'all just going to sit back and watch me work. That's all I can say about that. D-Lo, good luck, man. That's all I'm going to say about that. Good luck. Gil Coles, good luck. But I'm not really put my money on D-Lo, the voice of reason. So voice of reason, go ahead and take care of that dude from Florida. We still good. I'm just letting you know that I'm riding with D-Lo 4-4. The old wise man. Jay Brown, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm still here, man. I'm letting you get your shit off, man.
I think I done said enough. Let somebody try to get fly jiggy, But other than that, I think everything good. People understand what's happening. I'm needing D-Lo to go ahead and pull it.
Hey,
Yeah.
that was that's about 10 weeks of pent up, frustration and aggression. Letting loose.
Yeah, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? I did spring the trap a little too slow. I should have sprained this a lot sooner, but it's just gonna make for a better story. Once I do go ahead and capture that championship, it's gonna make for a great story. They're gonna be like, man, this man went from here to here just like that. This coming across the ticker. It says if Eric R wins, he moves on. But if MZ wins, they have to complete the rubber match. Man, he said 10 weeks of frustration. Hey, I guess I guess you might as well go ahead and get your tires ready because we might as well go ahead and open up the rubber factory right now. Because I'm guessing there's going to be a rubber match. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all don't know that one of my trainers is Texas Walk 'em Down? The Honorable Judge Brown? Y'all don't know? The scientist calls in every once in a while to make sure my breathing and my vital statistics are right. Decaying. Then I got the voice of reason just steady throwing shots at me right before I fall asleep and stuff like that. So it's constantly stimulating, getting me ready. So yeah, I'm ready, baby. Okay, Eric R says, how does this sound? Chat. This is a question to all of you. Eric R, the Zone Breaker, talks boxing. Whoa. Did he just attempt to say that he planned on winning? And that's going to be the name that we use that week? First of all, that's just too much. That's too much. Eric R, the Zone Breaker. You can't be the Zone Breaker. Whew. Last time somebody said something about touching and breaking the zone, I had to do all kind of stuff to the way that they competed against me. Anytime you reach out to touch anything about the zone, The name Zone, Musically Zone, Mr. 1326, always been sick. He who was heard and seldomly seen. Yes, when you start talking about this man put break on, we are not. Oh my gosh, that. Whew, breathe, T, breathe. Don't even worry about it. He just playing. He just playing. He just spitting out bravado. He don't really mean it. He don't really mean it. He don't really mean it.
Oh, you trying to say he don't know what he's saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. He don't know what he's saying. Not, it's one thing to change the name to your name, but to change the name and twist up my name in it, that's on a whole nother level of disrespect. That's on a whole nother level of bravado. That's just on that's almost like cyberbullying because you beat me the first time, but oh man, yeah, you might as well go ahead and sign the other contract right now and let it be known. We going for 3. We going for 3. I'm looking to try to set a margin of victory stance even greater than the one against Mike Hennigan. Trey said, Eric, you got to go through Yasser. Yeah, Yasser ain't no punk either. That's my brother from across the pond. He also been on me on the wire. We've been having communications behind the lines. Behind the scenes, he give me uplifting conversation. He's a brother from another mother that I have much love for. That's right. Eric, you got a lot to deal with, homeboy. He says, line him up, Trey Heyman, and I'm gonna knock him down. Well, I'm sorry, homeboy. I'm not gonna be able to allow you to spin the block. That's my job. And Yasser currently holds the rights to MZ and D-Lo's channel. Derek Bailey is the newest co-host of Marlowe's Corner. What? How many more weeks in the contract I gotta hold it down as Yasser talks boxing? Yasser's 404 talks boxing. Isn't this last week? Dang, I got the wrong name. I'm supposed to have. Can I change it right here? Yep, sure can. Let me go and do that right now. Yeah. Matter of fact, Eric, you don't have a channel. I'm going to have to figure out a way. Every time you come on the channel, you're going to have to just go ahead and say, hail to the man. Hail to 1326. Hail to MZ. 1326 is M. 13th letter, 26 is Z. So that way you get the understanding of what you're saying when I say I'm Mr. 1326. That means I'm still MZ. So I'm going to need you to come in and greet me as Mr. 1326, MZ, and Musically Zone. Before you say anything, you're going to have to come in and say, salute everybody, MZ, 1326, Musically Zone. I need you to say it 3 times just so I can make sure it's going to match the 3 fights that we had. You know what I'm saying? It's going to match the 3 battles, the first one, the second, and the third one. So you're going to see Mr. 1326 because you didn't really respect me when I told you I was MZ. So you just looked at me as the number. So I'm going to give you that one so that you win. But as MZ and Mr. Musically Zone, yeah, you're going to have to go ahead and say my name. That's right. Yeah. 404. I can't. Oh, man, this is going to be a great week. Go ahead, Joseph. I'm gonna let you cook it in.
It's really one big fight that I'm looking forward to. Robeisy Ramirez versus Isaac Dogboe. That's Top Rank. And I also want to say something that hasn't been said. I just want to give props to Showtime for putting out a very good card. Their card was so fucking good, MZ, that there's a lot of fights that I didn't really pay too much attention to. Like Top Rank, their fights literally got swept under the rug because how good Showtime card was from top to bottom. I mean, all those fights were good fights. So, I mean, it just outshadowed everything Top Rank did. Top Rank took a big L this last Saturday going up against that Showtime card.
I heard I thought yes. I thought Hyphy, yes, sir. I thought Hyphy was going to show up because he said that he wanted to talk about that battle that took place that I didn't get to see. With and Billy, was it? And Millie?
Yeah, and Carlos Gongora. That was a really good fight. That was actually the best fight of the weekend, as far as competitive. Um, yeah, that fight was by far, back and forth. Gongora hurt Billy really bad in the eighth round. Wasn't looking too good, but Billy recovered and he rocked Gongora in that same round. And Gongora was landing the uppercut really effective over and over again. He was just landing the uppercut at will, especially in that eighth round. He was doing a lot of damage to a Billy. So, yeah, Billy came back, was landing some right hooks, some left hooks, and managed to turn the round around. He managed to survive and get through it and make it to a decision. But yeah, that fight by far was the best fight, competitive wise, that was on this. And that actually I think that was a Thursday night fight. So
Yeah, I think they did on Thursday, and I went
yes,
with it too.
yeah. So that fight stood up, throughout the whole entire weekend. As yeah, that if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it. Anybody in chat, you didn't get a chance to see that fight. It was a really good fight. As far as him, Billy stepping up and fighting, some of the top guys in the division, he's gonna have a tough time beating anybody, but he's gonna make for a good fight because he's gonna come forward. He's gonna throw shots and he's gonna make an entertaining fight. But I just don't see him beating anybody at the top of the division.
Mm. Cody Crowley did a good job too.
Yes, Cody Crowley, majority decision victory. That was another bonus I picked up off of that. Yeah, he's a tough guy. He likes to outwill his opponent. Um, he has the heart, the temperament that you want to see, but he's got some things to work on if he's going to be a legitimate threat. If you put him in there with a Boots Ennis, you put him in there with a Ortiz, they'll pretty much they'll beat the dog piss out of him at this stage. He's a decent fighter. He's got heart, but he's lacking some. He's lacking some things that's going to get him beat really bad. And as you can see in that fight, his eyes got swollen up. Abel Ramos, he was able to swell him up pretty good. He was able to land quite effectively on him. So yeah, it's not looking good for Crowley once he gets in there with an elite guy at 147.
Mm. Trey said he interested in the Felix Cash versus Mateo Signia. What is it? Signia this week. And then he said, I should have let Joseph Brown keep picking UD. He stopped you from picking UDs?
He told me about UD. He told me that UDs don't really get you no bonuses, even though a lot of times the decisions are UD.
Well, shoot, if it ain't gonna help the cause, man, I'm sorry I'm gonna have to do Eric all like this, man. My mind is just man. You know what it is. You know how often you don't get a chance to get your payback to right the ship. You know what I'm saying? When you get a chance to be able to do that, you got to jump on it. That's. I'm getting a chance, and then especially earning the chance. I've earned the chance to face he who had oppressed me the first time on the very first betting line, the Champ Ross. You know what I'm saying? He didn't just beat me; he beat me by a nice little margin, and I don't really appreciate that. I don't really appreciate that at all. So we know he
got the opportunity to right or wrong, MZ.
That's right. That's right. And I'm gonna keep it real, Eric. We still brothers. We still tight. There is none like you, my boy, but man, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it.
Hey, don't hit him with no hard feelings after this ass whooping, huh, MG?
That's right. None. I don't want you to feel no kind of way because we still tight. Trey X said, that's why I made you change your UDs last week, OG. You got 2 bonuses. You're right. And when I changed from unanimous decision, I said, okay, so what am I gonna do? So I just went to the next best thing. So yeah, I'm gonna just stick with the I'm not really big on picking the knockouts. I usually end up picking decisions anyway. So I'm gonna stick with the formula that I had this week. And I'm gonna come out guns blazing like for next week. And it's gonna be going down. It's gonna be going down. I don't want you to be worried about what happened. We ain't gonna have to hear no story about what happened was. What happened was you got to meet me for the 3rd time. The rubber match, baby. The rubber match.
Yeah, we can't forget about Superbad. Miss Estrada went in there and she put on the performance of the weekend. She did everything that I knew she would do against Tina. I had a feeling she was gonna have too much variety, too much boxing ability, and she went out and put on a show. So, shout out to her and her performance. She had the performance of the week as far as I'm concerned.
Estrada had the performance of the week in your book?
Yes.
But shit, that means a lot. We here on MZ Talks Boxing. So in your book, if she had the performance of the week, we're going to go ahead and crown the performance of the week. Simple and plain. Do we have to separate it? Because I think, I can't say that David Benavidez and Caleb Plant was a performance of the week because it wasn't. It was more of an expected type fight. I don't think anybody left that fight really thinking that something happened different from what they might have thought would happen. I couldn't say it. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that unchallenged and let you have it. Estrada is fight of the week. Performance like no other this week. Kind of like the performance I had in Champ Ross almost. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give it to her because she's a fighter. And I'm sure she'll be a champ pretty soon. So I'm gonna give her the big shine of it. But yeah, I can compare my performance to hers. Performance of the week. Eric Arce, I can't wait. I hope so, sir. I can't wait either.
There's also 2 fighters. There's also 2 fighters this weekend, Z. Who if they win this week, they're already set up to fight each other, most likely next. So.
Who we talking about?
We're talking about Felix Cash and Ammo Mason, Mr. Floyd Mason, Ammo Mason himself.
Oh, they supposed to be fighting if they both win?
Yes.
Which one of them you like the most of?
Well, I look forward to seeing them both fight. I think Felix Cash has faced the opponent that it's either Ammo or Felix. One of the 2 are facing the opponent that the other has fought already. So we'll see how that looks.
Okay.
I like. They're 2 young fighters. I want to see. Them. That's a good matchup. Whoever wins, they both end up winning, and they fight next. They're going to fight next, and that's going to be a much better anticipated matchup for the zone. So look forward to it.
I need to make the right picks on that. That'll help me finish it out. Matella stopped a very tough opponent in the ninth. I had the decision 1 round away. Dang, that sucked. But you still got the fight win though. So at first I was looking at that like, oh, if I can get the fight wins, I'll be good. But now I want more. I want more. I need gusto out of it. I need to destroy opponents when I face them. So they didn't pull it off some kind of way to let Conor Benn and Chris Eubank fight. That's really gonna happen on June 3rd.
That's funny. Well,
I said, I know it's funny, but they're gonna do it.
if they do it, more power to
Cigna will probably fight Cash pretty tough. Yeah, but let me see something. Cause I done started working on my picks. This having 2 days off really helps. It really helps. I can be like, man, because usually I'd have to be like rushing trying to do it. My wife made some fried chicken today. Oh man, I can't wait. I got such and so on that fight. Yeah, I got such and so on that fight. Not to give my pick away or nothing like that. See, you want 10 points, not 5. That's right, Trex. I need the money. I need the points. If I could pull that off, it felt good seeing that I had 100 plus points accumulated, not some little crazy number to move it up. So yeah, I like that feeling. Tracy, I got a lot of 5s last week. Yeah, I don't want the 5s. 5 is 10 fights, you get 5 points. Yeah, I got the win, but I talked a lot of noise. I gotta have it ready. But yeah, I'm going with such and so right there on that fight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Ammo. Damn, Ammo. I mean Austin Williams. My bad. Austin Williams.
Austin Williams against River Bend.
Austin Williams and Felix Cash are lined up to fight if they both win next.
Okay, Williams and Cash. Man, I really got to look at the. I really got to dig deep. I'm gonna dive deep into Joshua and Franklin. They fighting in Dubai.
Nah, they're fighting in the O2 arena.
Oh, they're fighting at Joshua's house. Pretty much. Okay, that speaks a little different to me. Turchi and Mason. I'm split between Joet Gonzalez and Jose Vivas. I'm gonna figure it out. Dogbo has taken on the mantle as the dog horse for a while. Eric, I don't even know if I want to be listening to any of your picks and stuff. You might be trying to throw me a monkey wrench or something to trip me up. It ain't gonna work, baby. It ain't gonna work. I'm training hard. It's going down. All I know is I need this win. I'm gonna take this win. Then we're gonna get the trilogy out the way. Then I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, the Isaac Dogboe, Robeisy Ramirez. That's for the vacant WBO. That's Shakur Stevenson's. Well, no, that's not Shakur Stevenson, but it's for the vacant WBO featherweight championship. So
Fabio Wardley and Coffee. Trey says seemed like an interesting fight. And it's 22 fights. No, I'm sorry. Oh, it's only 12.
It's only 10 fights this week.
I thought it was 12.
Nah, it's only 10.
No, I'm tripping. Yeah. So who your dark horse on this week?
I don't really have a dark horse this week.
Oh, it's all even across the line for you, across the board.
Yeah, who I think is supposed to win should win.
Okay. That's,
I mean, some people. I mean, some folks. You know, Trey X thought I was tripping last week when I was picking when I was leading my boy Ramos. But turns out that I wasn't. You know,
yeah, you was on the point with
I
it.
was on point with it.
You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons I like having you, X, DeCane, D-Lo, all you guys. I'm learning from everybody. Get it together. He says no room for error, not much room for error this week. I know it's not, especially not for me. For you guys, y'all up so high, y'all got room for error. But for me, I gotta stay on point. I gotta stay on point for the rest of this season and all of next season in order to achieve what I want to achieve. So all I can say is, you know, fair warn, be prepared, everybody. For all my panelists that's on the show, and y'all already done shine. So y'all got accolades already. Just look at it like I'm trying to get my accolades. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get mine lit up so I can do what I need to do. He said, I gave you props, Joseph Brown. Don't talk your way into a showdown at high noon. I mean, say, don't talk yourself into a showdown, man. High noon. Hyphy in the house. Hyphy the rebel. What do y'all think of the Okoli versus Light and Arthur versus Carrington fight bouts? Is Arthur in hold on. I know I saw Okoli.
Those are fights that
week, right?
No. Those are fights I didn't get to see. So I don't have much to say about them because I didn't get to see them. For the most part, those fights went how I thought they would go, even though I didn't, as far as the outcome of the fights. But yeah, I didn't get to see them. I was at work when those fights were going on.
Yeah, I know, Hyphy, you supposed to be on here telling us about it because you did say we were going to talk about it, and you supposed to be here giving it to us. So what's the reason that you haven't pressed the button, the link, homie?
Yeah, there's a couple fights I didn't see. I didn't see the Ramirez. Obviously, we didn't see the Ramirez versus Comey because that fight was going on while Plant versus Benavidez. And there was another fight that I wanted to see with Garcia. I didn't get to see that fight because that was on Top Rank also, and it was Showtime had such a good undercard. So, but I do like the fact that he's going right up against, after he won this fight, he's already basically signed to fight another fight with Nakatani. So that's going to be a tough fight. It's going to be a good fight. That's a fight I want to see. It's a step-up fight. And we're going to see where he's at once he gets in the ring with Nakatani. So that's good. But, yeah, there's quite a few fights I didn't get to see because I was just at work.
Since I already gave word that I wouldn't trade Tuesday because of the show and stuff like that, I probably will never be up on the weekends to watch fights and stuff like that with you guys in real time. I'll always be behind listening to it from work or catching replays. I'll never get to see him live. Well, let me take that back. I might get to see something. I think it's a fight coming on the weekend that I'll be in Hawaii. So, you know, I think I'll be able to catch something like that on vacation time like that, but I'm not changing my days. I'm going to keep it the same. That's the downside to calling fights. I miss a lot of the action. Yeah, because you concentrating on calling the uppercut and the block and making sure you're getting the calls right till you're not actually getting to enjoy it and getting to see the watching the planets and getting to see the action. I feel you on there, Trey. You watching the planets alignment. Where you at, Hyphy? You watching through a telescope? What's going on with the astrological situation? I didn't even know you was into astronomy. Or you like watching stuff like that. You find out something new about your people all the time.
Careful, MZ. That man's a flat earther.
Huh? You said he a flat earther.
Yeah.
Has Hyphy said that before?
That may be the next thing that he comes out with.
Oh, but shoot, he has piqued my interest on watching the planets align. What's lining up? Are they lining up like the I can't even think of the name of the stupid thing that they teach everybody with. Like the globe model where they have them all from 1 to 8 because Pluto isn't a planet anymore. So yeah, 1 to 8. I'm focused on a specific fight card instead of having multiple fights on multiple devices. That part too, you can't be trying to watch. Well, I guess you can. I'm not going to even say you can't because I believe you can multitask and watch more than one fight and still be able to call the fight. But I can see you try to make sure that you're doing it right, make sure you ain't got no mistakes and stuff like that because you're trying to give us the best product. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, how could you accurately give a proper assessment if you switching from, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Switching from announcer to watching another fight to trying to judge a fight, you're not going to be able to do that because your brain is going the creative part is going to be there. The creative part of calling the right punches, being able to throw in your little bravado words that you throw in, the little punchlines that you throw in, all while still calling the action in real time. So yeah,
Even us as fight fans, like that's difficult for us to do, for us to be able to properly assess what's going on in a fight. If I got to turn and watch this fight over here at the same time, it's like, how are you really paying attention?
Yeah, because you're gonna miss something. You're gonna always miss something. The minute you glance away to the other fight, you miss something. How many times have you watched something and then be like, son of a bitch, this bitch got knocked down and I didn't even see it. So you hoping that they show the instant replay. Wait a minute. This man said he used to call 2 fights at the same time back in the day. Y'all still got some old videos up of that? I'm gonna have to go check that out.
Hey, you're a bad boy. You're a bad boy, Trey.
That's freaking amazing. You going from fight to fight at the same. Dang. That is something. That's going hard in the paint. But I see why you be talking shit. I did this. I can do it. Y'all can't fuck with me. He be getting crunk. I be saying, yeah, go ahead. Let them know, bro. Let them know. Let these fakers know. These copycats, these clones. People literally ask you to teach them. And before they can even finish learning the lesson, they claiming they can do what you do. You little bitch. That's the nerve of some people. I'm going to say it for you. The nerve of some people to literally think they can do what you're doing by learning it from you and then turn around and think they do it better than you. I haven't heard another person call a fight yet better than this man. Not even close. Bunch of stuff.
They can't paint the picture. Matter of fact, they can't even tell you what shots is being landed on time.
No, it'd be like, oh, that was a good jab. Oh, he lands a hook. No, they just moving around the ring. Oh, Charlie just landed with an uppercut and he's phased. It's 5-6 punches going on between there, bitch. You ain't painting no picture. You got me feeling like I'd have been in a car accident and I'm seeing spots of the fight. Tonight was the night 5 planets aligned. Pretty rare occasion, but I'm saying what planets, Hyphy? Which 5? Starting from the closest of the sun to us and on, or from us back?
Hey, that man sound like he done smoked a spliff and he done zooted out or something. 5 planets aligned. You know what it remind me of when when Dave Chappelle had that movie about getting high. He was a drug dealer. He went to this one dude's house.
I mean,
yeah, how high?
No, not how high. Half baked.
Half baked. He go to the one dude house. He say, "Hey man, you want to hang out? We're about to go look at the stars on weed."
yeah, I remember that dude. The on weed casting, everything you do. Hey, you ever watched Scarface? Yeah, I watched Scarface. You ever watched it on weed? You ever went skateboarding down the hill? Yeah, I did that. You ever did it on weed? Heck yeah.
That's the vibes of gear from Hyphy right now.
Oh no. No, I'm curious because my baby girl, when she was in elementary school, she was in on a little astronomy club they had going on. We went out and watched stars and stuff like that, and it got real interesting. So I have seen where they told us that it was Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. I think it was Jupiter that was crossing by, and we were looking through the telescope they had. You could see the orange dot. You know what I'm saying? But, I'm one of those people that's like, damn, I wish I had a little more resolution to it. You could see the dot of the as they described to us as the planet. But, it's pretty nice to go out there. I have some questions about, the movement, the way things move. The North Star never changes. The moon rotates with the earth, but you only see one side of it, stuff like that. So yeah, Hyphy, if you can let me know what 5 planets it is, because I can call my baby girl and be like, hey, did you notice that that some planets did an alignment tonight? So she'll be quite interested, I'm sure, if she doesn't know already. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, and Mercury. Okay. Let me put my phone. I can text Kamuff and find out if she'll know about that. Right. I'm tripping. My fault. I went blank. Sitting here reading. But okay, that's cool. No, I didn't know that. Too bad we don't have no pictures. I'm pretty sure I can go online and NASA gonna have some pictures of the alignment. I'm sure they'll say that those are the pictures of the alignment. If I go look. So I'm looking at the NASA. I'm looking at them in the so-called space station one day, right? And they doing a little floating thing and stuff like that. But it's I swear, I promise you, there's a certain part when they're going through the ship, right? And I swear you could see the stars that you were just looking at through the window that they were showing you, floating through the background like as if their green screen is tripping or something. You ever this story? You ever seen that?
No, I haven't seen that.
let me not get into my conspiracy theory mind, because I question a bunch of shit. I get on the teacher's nerves because I'll be like, why to everything. But if you do this and you do that, this will happen. Well, why? Why does that happen if you do that? Would it still do it if you did it in different order? If I put sugar before coffee and then put cream, will it still taste the same as coffee, cream, sugar? I'm just asking. Is that the same recipe? You use the very same amount, but will it taste the same if you put them in a different order? If so, why? You know what I'm saying? Or is that just too curious for you? Where the hell is my cigars? Oh, I'm gonna have to go to the store. This is getting real low here. Caleb Plant cost some people some money. Didn't cost me none. Man, that was a good pick. I picked Benavidez.
It didn't cost me nothing.
He helped me get into third place. Treg said if I hadn't have picked Benavidez, I wouldn't have been up so high. I'm pretty sure I still would have beat Mike Hennigan, but I wouldn't have been in third place. I probably would have ended up hitting like maybe 7 or 8. I'm just guessing, but I ain't even got to guess at that because I was in third place, and so that's what it is. That's what it is. You at the house, man? You made it home from work? Now I'm talking to you, Joe.
No, I'm still at work, man.
Oh, man, it's a long night tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is your job dangerous?
No,
Interesting?
it can be. Once in a while, something we made is on the news for ending life.
I feel you. Only thing I got to worry about happening in my job, my biggest fear or worry, which it doesn't ever really cross my mind, is getting robbed by the robber that just gotta shoot me. That's my biggest thing.
Y'all don't have no plexiglass?
No, I'm out in the open. I'm out in the open. By being a neighborhood store, you pray that your rapport with all the people is strong and good, that they respect you enough not to come in there and kill you. But it's always that one robber, that one thief that give me all the money. You give them the money and that motherfucker shoot you anyway.
Yeah, just like juice. No reason to shoot him.
Just busting. He made a move. No, he didn't. But yeah, that kind of thing. But check this out. This Mexican babe, this Hispanic lady came in the store. I was real busy. I had a nice little line. The people in the store mainly was a lot of regulars. So this lady parks at the back of the store. I see her truck, right? So usually when they park like that, they finna try to do something stupid because they trying to park where they think they're gonna get away. They don't realize it's a camera that zooms in and get their license plate in case something happens. So I'm sitting here serving the people, and I see her slide out the door. I saw the milk. So at first I saw the milk. I'm thinking, oh, she probably trying to feed the kids. I ain't tripping. But in the other arm, I see when she kind of steps over, because it's a water thing outside, you got to kind of go around, which puts you in more of our view. She got a case of Twisted Teas, Mike Hard Lemon. What's the name of those Twisted Teas? That's just it, Twisted Teas. She got a case of Twisted Teas. You stole a gallon of milk and some Twisted Teas. Like I said, I thought the milk might have been for the baby or something. But then you stealing some Twisted Teas, so you trying to get fucked up too. How you gonna take care of the baby if that's what you was getting the milk for, and drink Twisted Teas? Because they gonna kind of get you fucked up. So I holler out the window, say, ma'am, excuse me. She started running. This was funny because she's fat. She get to the car. She had a minivan. She gets to the minivan. She's getting in. She's steady looking at me. And I'm like, ma'am, you don't have to run. You don't have to run. I got it. You know, so I got your license plate number. So it is what it is. Mexican woman threw that hole in reverse and pulled up like I ain't saying nothing. Because you know the way it works now, we get their license plate. If something pop off, when we call the police, that's what it is. I don't call you for food or nothing, but like cigarettes and alcohol, people don't realize that's a federal deal that you messing with. You stealing these people stuff to make them get drunk.
Yeah.
You end up with a felony like a mug for that.
Free and easy.
Real easy. Real easy. Nothing really super fantastic has happened in the last few days, because something usually pops off every week. So I ain't saying this. Oh, we got this new guy named Nate. He tells me these two. They call them the twins, two little Mexican guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Hispanic. Came in and they kind of was giving him and Miss Tracy a hard time, calling them racist, call her racist B lady, and call Nathan a racist dude. But they didn't use they slandered him. So Miss Tracy, an OG, she been working in corner stores and corner stores and gas stations since the 80s. She an OG in it. So she tell the boy, I ain't gonna be too many more bitches. Now Nate, when he's telling me his side of the story, Miss Tracy not there. And he telling me how he ready to, dig off in these boys. He painted a real good picture. Now this happened, say a couple hours before I got to work. He painted his picture. Miss Tracy's gone already. So the very next day, he's supposed to be at work. Why he not at work? I show up at work, Miss Tracy talking about, yeah, your boy talking about how he did all this and was doing all that. His ass scared to come to work because of a little punk ass Mexican. So Miss Tracy, don't tell me this man's scared to come to work. You don't see him here, do you? I said, oh, Miss Tracy a gangster. Miss Tracy straight up gangster. She said that man was scared to come to work because the Mexican twin brothers talk bad to him. I'm gonna be honest, Joseph Brown. I honestly let him know quickly and inherently. Look, y'all see my arm? It's messed up. That mean I can't fight. I ain't gonna fight. What you will do is catch this heat that's laying behind this counter. Now you can test me and say that I ain't got it and try running back in, you're gonna find out. But we do have these glasses that these is to protect people from talking straight at us. Which, it comes times that I can't say I am quite grateful that that's there, because there's been some sketchy looking people that come in there be spittering, spittle coming out their mouth and coughing, and that glass. Those are the times I'll be like, thank you. But yeah, you can jump your ass back there if you want to, and I can guarantee you that you got on some kind of body armor, your ass might just jump straight back on the other side. And seeing that we in Texas, my biggest fight would be, why'd you take that to work with you? I'm handicapped in so many words. And I'm working a job that I really shouldn't be working. So, yeah, it is what it is. He tried to get me. And I tried not to let him get me. Breaking news. Corner store attendant shoots man that tries to rob him. We had that happen down here where it wasn't our store, but it was one of our stores on the south side of San Antonio, where this guy tried to rob him, and our clerk had his gun at work, and some kind of way the robber didn't pay attention, and old boy lit his ass up, and he died. The dude that was trying to rob him died. Circle K fired the guy, but the police didn't press charges against him. which I felt that was so. I was like, y'all fired a man for protecting himself. You would rather us be in here unprotected with no security at the whim of whatever they want us to do. And your best reason is just bag away from the register. Bag away to where? It's a big ass wall behind you. There's nowhere to go. But they fired that man for protecting himself. I say here for him protecting himself. Here. So I forgot I told you guys I had a podcast called What's the Damn Deal with MZ. I tell stories from when I was a little kid and being in the projects and stuff like that. I got another season that I'm going to do about that as a kid coming up, funny little tales. And then we're going to go into the adolescent years where things get a little serious and life makes a few changes. And I hope y'all join me and enjoy it because, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I got to forgive me as I'm taking a couple of pauses because I am doing a fantastic thing of rolling a pretty blonde hair looking pretty good. Pretty good. I got some Kill. I want to know what you're smoking on. Things are slowing down. I need you to jam me something. I think I'm going to work on some music tonight. Hyphy tonight. Dang. Mm-hmm. I'm still here. I'm rolling up something. So if you could talk it, you cook, Joe. I'm tripping. It's almost like I'm sitting with y'all and I just start doing my thing. I got hold on. But that's how it is.
In the chat, who are you guys both interested in seeing this week? What matchup intrigues you guys the most?
While they type it up for me, I want to see what damn. My biggest thing, let me see who I got. Let me see who I got without telling who I got. So I can say what's the fights that I'm thinking, looking for. I think the two, I can't truly, he got a funny name. They all got funny names. I'm gonna tell you who it is. Give me a second, Joseph. I'm looking the Fabio Turchi versus Floyd Mason. I'm looking at that fight. I want to see how Turchi, or however you say it, Turchi gonna do. Turchi, I'm gonna say Turchi because this one is like, I'm kind of, I know I'm whooping it up. I think the Felix Cash Mateo fight, because the Oracle was interested in that one, so I'm gonna look extra hard at that one. You mentioned Williams. You mentioned Williams and Wardley, but they not fighting. No, they not fighting each other. But since you mentioned them, I'm gonna check out both of they. I'm gonna look at both of their fights with some extra scrutiny.
Yeah, I was talking about Austin Williams' potential matchup with Felix Cash if they both win.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm gonna look at both of their fights extra hard now, because that means something to me. I can't tell you, but it means something. I'm taking into consideration with Trey X it called out, and Hyphy came through at the last minute with his dark horse. With looking at the Ramsey Dogbo fight.
Oh yeah, Ramirez, Robeisy Ramirez, two-time Olympic
Ramsey.
Gold. Yeah, you said Ramsey. Two-time Olympic gold medal winner. Over 400 amateur fights. It's really starting to become a really, really excellent professional fighter. He had one blip on the radar when he first came in, but ever since then he switched up trainers and and he's really the only thing I would like to see from him do is utilize his jab more.
Mhm.
It'll set things up a lot more for him, but he's very creative of making you fight the fight he wants you to fight, and he's good at setting traps. He's also a very good counter puncher, and he's getting better and better each time he gets in there.
Oh, okay. Look who just raised up out of the crib to throw a punch at me. It said Eric also said he like Williams. It said Elmo Williams. He's fun to watch. And then D-Lo raised up out of his little old crib. Sound it out, MZ. You can do it. I thought he was asleep. I thought his medicine had kicked in. But yeah, those fights I'm gonna look at extra hard. Extra hard. Well, I don't have to look at them extra hard. I'm kind of leaning and looking. Oh, wait a minute, that's interesting.
Yeah, any fight with Isaac Dogbay is always going to be a good fight because he's always in good fights.
Oh, they fighting for 12 rounds.
Yeah, it's for the vacant WBO featherweight championship.
Well, that put a little more weight on it. What day is that gonna be on?
That's Saturday.
Yeah, shit. I'll be at work. I thought I was gonna be able to squeeze in at least one fight before I go. I hate that I can't pull it up. And Trey X said he like Elmo Williams showed me something against Carrion Conway. And he said Dogbo struggles with the southpaw stance. Oh, there's more energy. Ramirez is a southpaw?
Yes.
Shit. But still, that amateur background.
It's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a good fight because Dogbay always is in good fights.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with it being a good fight. Shit, I'm trying to make sure I get the right pick. I talked a lot of noise tonight. I got to take Eric on to the woodshed. When he come back, he gonna look like his back gonna look like Will Smith's Emancipation. I got some songs I need to work on tonight so I can push them on out. Both are Olympians, but Ramirez is a bona fide. Oh, there go that word. There go that word. Bona fide.
Yep. And you know who he won the gold medal against in 2016?
No, sir, I do not. Enlighten me.
Shakur Stevenson.
The baby world beater?
Yes, sir.
Dang, that puts a star by his name for me. Dang. Dogbo Ramirez. 11-1 with 7 knockouts, 24-2 with 15 knockouts. So, okay. Taking into consideration of what the great JB said earlier, I'll have to take that into consideration. I got a lot of stuff to look at and to digest. A lot of information that I got to digest tonight and tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow too, so it won't be a rush job. I can take my time. I could take my time. People are really missing out. I'm going to have to say it. People are really missing out. I know. Once again, I looked for people to call out. The only things they were talking about was the fights that happened with Caleb Plant and Benavidez and whatever happened on they undercards. They didn't speak about any of the other fights again. So I give Trey X, Champ Ross, I give him a lot of credit for getting this league going and getting the eyes open to fights that people miss out on, because they do miss out on them. Last week was, I called my big brother because he got I don't want to sound like Terrence Crawford, but he got a fire stick. And I called him and I was like, "Say, bro, you should be checking out these fights." And I gave him a list of them. Man, my brother said he sat down and enjoyed the fights. He was tripping on Lil B-Hop though. He was watching that fight when I was explaining to him that Lil B-Hop had moved up in weight and about his loss and everything. And he was like, "It's strange you say that because he's getting his ass whooped right now." I was like, "But I bet for I picked him to win. He got to do something." He said, "Well, brother, like you picked the wrong dude." I ain't called him back yet to see how he feel about the win now. Ramirez also beat Michael Collin. Michael Collin. I ain't even finna tag. Is that Tug Nimbari to win his first gold medal? I can't say that dude's name. I'm finna fuck that all up. So I know the Nimbari. I know that name. I just can't say it. And I know that fighter dude. But dang, he beat Shakur. He said he beat them. Man, come on, Trey, stop you making my decision change up in my mind. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Take the information like you've been taught. Look at the numbers. Write the information. Look at the facts. And go with King Tug. Okay, I thought I didn't want to say that and be really foolish, but I thought that's who I was. That's the name that came in my mind. Okay. Dang. That's some good names right there. That's some good scalps. And the baby world beater is part of his diet. Dang. And I'm high on the baby world beater. But that bona fide.
Yeah, he beat Shakur Stevenson by split decision.
Okay,
so it was close.
Right. But still, like I said, I'm high on Shakur Stevenson, so to pull that off. Yeah, I know it was Olympic. It was an Olympics. It's a little different. The stage is different.
Oh, it's a lot different. And, those Cuban fighters are taught to win by any means. And a lot of them, they do whatever it takes to win. And they throw as many points. The game is to get more points than the other guy. And that's what they're good at doing.
Dang. I'm going to get it right, though. I'm going to get it right. Excuse me. I'm going to get it right. I'm trying to come up for a block family anthem. I'm going to bring out the tracks that go to it soon. Trey said he like listening to instrumental. I'm going to shoot him some. Eric, I need your information, man. I need you to check out some tracks too. He also beat, that boy, Akhmedov, Medvedev, before he beat Shakur. Martin John. I don't know how to say that last name either. I ain't even attempting. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 hell of fighters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man. And who Dog Bowden beat? And I thought that was going to be an easy, pretty decent one, but Trey Exton threw me so many different things now. My whole scale is different. And I don't want to guess the scale.
Dogboe beat Joel Gonzalez, who's fighting on the same card also. He beat him by split decision. He lost to Navarrete twice. Those are his most notable fights. Because the first one was by unanimous decision, he lost. The second one, he lost by TKO. He actually got stopped in the final round against Navarrete, the second fight. And he won the WBO championship against Jesse Magdaleno. So he lost the title to Navarrete, got a rematch, and then lost again by TKO in the final round. And so he's fought some high level competition. Like I said, he's never in a boring fight.
Oh, shoot. I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm pretty sure I know which way I'm going with that fight. The information is overwhelming. For me, it's ringing loud to me, and that left hand thing that can be a high problem, especially with a high caliber fighter. Yeah, okay. I greatly appreciate you guys letting me pick your minds tonight a little bit on who y'all like and situations of. But yeah, I think I got it down. Dogbo, you all right, but we're gonna see how it go. For me, the question is if Dogbo gets stopped or not. That's your one free one. I feel you, bro. He said that's your one free one. I'm not gonna even. I'm gonna say that I had already leaned toward Ramirez. I haven't decided I haven't decided.
I'm pretty clear on the answer to that fight and the outcome of that fight.
I ain't an expert quite like you yet, there, Chief. You know
well,
what I'm
saying? I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm pretty clear on how that fight's gonna go.
Okay. Well, let me put it like this: I'm a novice. I'm a novice on that, but yeah, the information that I'm receiving right now is standing quite strong, and I appreciate the free one, bro. Greatly appreciate it. Much gratitude. Overflowing, my cup runs over. But yeah, I should have my picks ready by tomorrow night. But I ain't gonna rush it. I'm gonna take my time because I got time.
Yeah, I got my picks done. It's just a matter of turning them in. They're already done.
Yeah. I got to be ready because Eric Ard took me down the first time, and I'm just not trying to do that no more. I think what he beat me by last time, was it 50? Did he beat me by 15 or 25? I think it was in the multiples of fives. I can't remember. I still lost. That's the only thing that count really, and I lost. It's gonna be different though. It's gonna be different. Since it's 12 picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, now this is gonna be a 10-round fight. If I start off, let me see. Him, yeah. Dang, Ramirez and Dogbo. A dog bay, a dog. That's Dogbo. Isaac. Sorry, Isaac. I don't know, man. I don't know, Isaac. You might get put down. We have until Thursday. It's best to wait as long as possible because people will still pick. I gave my picks to you. They like being in the safe when you get it. And then I think I didn't got whooped so much. I don't think nobody looking at my picks. Yeah, hell no. Not him. But I feel you, bro. I'm gonna take my time. I'll probably wait till Thursday like I usually do. Because I got time. I'm off tonight. I'm off tomorrow. I work Thursday. Yeah, I'll have him. Yeah, I'll be ready. I'll be set. I'm gonna take my time. Ain't no rush. Ain't no rush. Because I got to go out there and dominate. So make sure I just get your training all the way in. I'm gonna have to make a video. If you don't miss a week, if you didn't miss a week, you could be top 40. Yeah, I know, but like I said, the job had me twisted that week, and it screwed me on getting my picks in. It really did. That's if I would have had a good showing that week too. You also got to take that into mind. But I'm ready. I'm ready. That tongue lashing was what I needed, bro. I appreciate it. Want to get your ass kicked out? That whole shit was funny to me as hell. It's still funny. It's still funny. I made a pedigree scale for this reason. But it's cool if you want to get your ass kicked all over the place, then go ahead then. I was like, oh shit. Oracle man, you hot at me. I'm out here messing around. That man said, she do not send Trey X in to talk nobody off the ledge. Because he gonna go in there and say, well, fuck it. If you don't want to live, jump in. Go on, just jump. Splatter your ass all over the country.
Want to smoke crack, don't you? Go ahead.
Light it up. Go on, light it up. What's that other thing that for me, I always say it's a white people drug, but I guess it's not. The crystal meth. Go on, smoke it. Blow your house up. Man, these people smoking straight chemicals made from cleaning supplies. Who the heck was sitting around thinking to get high that bad? Say, Joseph Brown, you watched the series called Snowfall?
Nah, I don't get a chance to watch my series, man. The only series I really get a chance to watch is Wu-Tang.
Oh, that's a good one. I like Wu-Tang. That dude that plays Method Man, he got Method Man down. He playing a hell of a role.
Oh, Dave East?
Yes, he playing a heck of it. He doing a heck of a job. Say, if you don't have much time, just guess. Better than nothing. That guessing was what got my ass whooped that first time against Eric R. I didn't take it serious. No excuses. But yeah, I guessed on a lot of fights because time got constricted on me. And it got my ass whooped. So yeah. But if you get a chance to Joseph Brown, after you complete the Wu-Tang, you get a chance, mess with that Snowfall. It's a story about how the crack epidemic started in California. Trey X say I started watching Snowfall after that guy got effed up in season 1. Trey X, I'm gonna tell you the roller coaster ride that these writers have put into this story. That boy Franklin right now is an absolute monster when it comes to trying to get his money and doing stuff. Man, I'm telling you, Trey, you get a chance, pick it back up. Because if that character was like one of your favorite characters, trust me, it's some more that's gonna grow on you. I'm a Franklin fan, even though I see the stuff he's doing. It's just the boy go hard. The boy going hard. That's all I can say. If you guys get a chance to check it out, check it out. Not effed up. The man got fucked up by another man. Oh, that part. I'm glad I don't remember that part. I must have missed that episode. Cause for what I've been watching, you ain't seen a bunch of that stuff. I ain't seen a homosexual act on here. I'm glad I don't remember that one if I did see it. But yeah, my bad on that if that happened and you saw it. I don't remember that part. I'm glad my brain washed it away. But now it's all about him and his uncle and auntie and mama. They kind of got a family feud going on over that crap. So yeah, but I feel you saying you stopped watching it because of that, because that's real. He said, not effed up. Say Snowfall is solid, Eric R. Eric R said, yeah, that was heavy tracks. What episode? I don't want to go look back at it because it started getting real interesting to me once Gustav got into it. What happened to that girl that he was dating when they killed the dad? But Gustav and the white boy Teddy then started. It's kind of finna ready to fall apart. It's almost like it's coming up toward the end. So y'all need to leave them kiddie shows alone. Kiddie shows like Snowfall alone. Watch Respect Life on YouTube. How do I answer that with hyphy with his Respect Life? What's that? I'll look it up. I'll see what you're talking about. But I still get to have some kind of entertainment, hyphy. And sometimes when they touch on some things that went on that led to something, you can look at some things that, it's supposedly touched on some things that really did take place in California with drug dealing and how the government or rogue agents, however you want to look at it, help fund it to call themselves funding something, a war, which we've heard that plenty of times before Snowfall even came around. So, it's kind of all right to sit back and look at how somebody's idea put it together on screen. But I will check out the Respect Life on YouTube. I will check that out. Has anybody watched The Emancipation with Will Smith?
Hell to the no.
Did you watch 12 Years a Slave?
Hell to the no.
Javon 1007 just pops in out of nowhere and say, I hope Tank versus Ryan is a classic like Pacquiao versus Morales. They fight in April, right? We're going to hold off on that until April. Then we weren't even talking about them. Appreciate you stopping through, Javion 10,007 or 1,007. What am I doing? Oh, this is what I'm doing. Boy, our little old community is tight-knit and tight-lipped. When a name pop up that don't nobody know, people go quiet, start looking like, who the freak is that? Probably looking at what they call them, a troll, but we don't worry about that. Yeah, I can't see that. Ryan gonna be a highlight reel. Eric R said he don't see that. You think Ryan gonna be a highlight reel, Eric R? You don't see Ryan putting on a good fight? Ryan on Trace on the pedigree scale, Ryan ain't no pushover. A document titled Great White Hope is a great documentary on war on drugs. Me and Joseph don't watch lap-type revolutionary films like 12 Years a Slave. Oh. A documentary on the war on drugs. Joseph Brown, you watched that?
The documentary on war on drugs?
Called The Great White Hope.
No. When did that come out?
Well, you know, Hyphy was saying the documentary titled Great White Hope, great documentary on war on drugs. He said, me and Joseph don't watch Laptop Revolutionary films like 12 Years a Slave. I just want to see if you know you followed that sentiment.
I do follow that sentiment. I retired from watching, us getting our ass whooped with whips and being shackled in chains and basically, look like beneath another race of people. I refuse to watch any more movies like that. So, and if Black people want to continue to participate in that, psychological trauma, then by all means, be my guest. But I'm not.
Hyphy, the link inside to Discord. Trey X said that I don't see Ryan. Oh, Eric R said, I just don't see Ryan as a dog in no way. And Trey X said Ryan is a 3.5, just like Tank. Tank is only a negative 140 favorite, 140 favorite. So I'm home and say, I hope it's good too. What was I getting ready to say? I haven't seen 12 Years a Slave. I just asked y'all if y'all seen it. I made reference to Emancipation, mainly because Chris Rock's joke about watching Will Smith get his ass whooped in the movie. And then I saw a picture of them, with Will Smith like taking the picture with his back scarred up. And I was like, oh, they call themselves doing the that's a replica picture of the I can't remember the man's name, the slave's name, who really got his back tore up like that. Because I listened to the tapes that they made when they interviewed some of the last living slaves, and his picture comes up in that a lot. I listened to him speak to some man named Fountain Hughes. You could tell he was real old and his mind wasn't all the way still with him because his conversation kept starting over. And a lady that they also had run into, they was old too. Fountain Hughes said that his grandfather had been owned by Thomas Jefferson. It's real deep if you get a chance to listen to them. Not trying to force you on something that about Black people getting whooped on or nothing like that, but these are accounts of these people as they lived in actual slavery and how they spoke about, as some of them put it, their white folks.
Well, I went to Africa where we were actually being held before we got shipped all over the diaspora.
Man, speak, please.
So I went to Ghana. They have two castles in Ghana. They have Edwina, and they have another castle over there where slaves were held before they got transported, to different parts of, the world. And so that's all I really needed. Once I went there and I saw that this is where we were before we actually departed to wherever parts of the world we end up at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to, to hear those stories was enough for me. To be in those cells where people were suffering, and Black women being raped. They had churches right above where they were housing a lot of these people in. And so just imagine they're up there praying and worshiping, and then you got a bunch of folks down there destitute, basically eating in those kind of conditions, basically eating where they shit. And the tour guy actually had locked us in the cell for at least like 3 or 4 minutes, and I can only imagine what it was like for those people in that situation, man. So once I went back to the motherland and went to some of these places where our people were being housed before
Right.
they made it over here, I don't need to watch no movies like Emancipation or 12 Years a Slave. I don't need to watch that stuff.
I feel you.
I still even have I have books from it because my wife was so emotional about it. I still have books that I bought from there. I haven't even finished reading.
Wow.
So yeah, man. That kind of stuff don't really. And to be honest with you, it's so one-sided.
Mhm.
And what I mean by that, it doesn't tell the whole story, the whole spectrum. It only starts with the story that's in America. But there's so many levels to it. So it's like I don't want to keep seeing the same story being told. If you're gonna bring something new to the table, let it be something where, okay, this is how we ended up here. Okay, how did like tell the story from the beginning how we end up being slaves.
Right.
Like, let's get a different perspective, a different angle about it.
I
But it
feel
just seems like the same story just keeps being told. It's just a different person who's experienced it. But it's nothing really revolutionary or groundbreaking. That's like, oh, okay, that's something I should pay attention to because that's a different wrinkle that I didn't get a chance to look at it from that side of it. But it's not. It's really not.
you got Hyphy and fell into the spot. What's up, Hyphy? And Javion 1007 said Will played Peter, who they call Whip Peter in the scarred photo. Okay, appreciate that nugget of information because I did not know the name. Remember the name of that person. He said Hyphy said Joseph went to the place where Pan-African pimps really have no desire to go. Man, Joseph, just knowing it, I can sit here and listen to you talk about Africa, like, man, just to hear what you saw and yeah, that I find it quite interesting. Find something new every day. I didn't even know you went to Africa, man.
Yeah, I went there right before the pandemic. I went to my wife's home country, Liberia. We spent about almost a month out there. We bought some land. I bought a boat to start a fishing business, and I ended up last minute of time booking a trip to Ghana. We were in Ghana for like about 4 or 5 days, and we went to their national park, and we toured a couple of castles out there. So I didn't want to make it like a meaningless trip where we just went sightseeing.
Right.
I wanted to add a little depth to it. Make it memorable. So we went to a couple of places. We went to Kwame Nkrumah. He was the president of Ghana, who basically revolutionized Ghana and made it modern to where it is right now. We went to his monument, his memorial. We went to Accra, which is the major city in Ghana. We toured there. Matter of fact, we went to the home place of where Isaac Dogbo and Richard Comey, they have a gym right around there. We actually took a tour around the neighborhood, and the tour guide was telling us about the gym. At this time, this was like right after Comey fought and had a disappointing performance against man, why is his name eluding me right now? Tio. He had a disappointing performance against Tio, and the cab driver was joking about it. He's like, yeah, man, that's who Richard Comey is, but he got knocked out by this guy over there recently, He was talking about Tio.
Right.
So, but yeah, we went to the beach, and there's a lot of kids who are on the beach who don't really get an opportunity to really go to school, because a lot of them, there's this beach where you like their hustle is to fish. So if they don't fish, there's really no food for them to eat,
Right.
and there's no money they can make. So they just forget about going to school. They'll just go and fish and try to make money that way. And there's a few people out there trying to help, or they have like these little schools set up over there. But yeah, there's when you talk about humbling conditions, and you seeing how the poverty is drastically different from over there than over here. But even though they have so little, a lot of them don't know that they have little, and they still got smiles on their faces. They still, have a sense of pride about themselves that, a lot of us can learn from.
Right. Man, I think it's so amazing. I think it's so amazing to be able to speak to you. I feel the same way about Hyphy too, because Hyphy did a lot of traveling and stuff and well versed on travel. But I think it's amazing to be able to talk to you guys, to hear those experiences. When you get a chance, my biggest thing is, if you can describe it without having to be long-winded and me taking up a lot of the time, but what does one of those castles look like? I've never laid my eyes on a castle.
Oh man, the castle is still like the way it was when it was first built. Like they haven't really changed anything about it. It's like a real castle.
That's why I'm asking you, because I pretty much guessed that a lot of the original architecture would still be preserved, and I wanted to know what a building from that far back, what your imagination says it looked like.
Oh man, it looked like something like how you would envision like medieval times. I mean, they had the cannons. Like you go certain parts of the castle where they had the cannons, and they still had the actual ammo that you could put in there.
Right.
But all of it was sitting outside of it. Obviously, it's for display purposes, but
it's retired, but it's still there.
It's still there.
And I guess the only way for me to get a cool glimpse.
The tour guide does a fantastic job of painting the picture for you of what it was like for some of these people, and the different symbolic meanings that certain areas where we went, what it meant, and a lot of the outcomes that certain periods, certain places that you went there, you knew that okay, this might have been the end of the road for a lot of people. Like a lot of people didn't really make it out of here.
Right. Man, I guess I'm just have to go. I know my daughter's talking about going at the end of the year. I might have to tag along for sure. I might have to tag along with it, because just hearing it, I don't know. It's the way you're speaking about it. I'm just getting a certain vibe of it that's telling me I need to see it myself. But I appreciate you sharing that with us, man. You just put my mind on a whole nother level on that. Actually, and the funny thing about it is, y'all know I do watch Snowfall, and the funny thing about it is, two of the characters actually went to Africa and Ghana, and went to one of those places that you're talking about. They documented it in the show, and they told some of the story. I didn't get a chance to get. They don't get deep into the story like the tour guys did for you, but they showed a guy telling them about everything and stuff. And I just found it real interesting that you spoke on it, and I just happened to see them do a episode about that in that show. But I
Yeah,
appreciate you sharing.
there's a section where you go in. You first go in, the tour guide meets you, and then he takes you to the area where it gives you the whole entire history. And it's like an area that shows different parts, different time periods of
Mhm.
certain events that took place during the castle, and it kind of highlighted, broke down certain things that went on, and then he'll give you the actual physical tour of each section of the castle. You know how conditions were when folks were kept here. He showed us the captain's quarters where the ones who were in charge, where they were running. He explained the story about how they would literally pick off any woman that they felt was attractive enough. They would take them up to the quarters, and they would basically do whatever they felt like. So, um, it was a lot of that type of stuff that you heard. It wasn't any pleasant stories, MZ, that you would
Right,
you, you know. It's
right.
not anything that you would want to
Glorify.
talk. You want to glorify, or it's just a time to reflect and have a deeper understanding that slavery just isn't it just doesn't begin in America. It begins over there.
Right.
And that's the side that it never gets told. That story never gets told.
Man, I appreciate you on that. And sure, we get a chance. We probably have to hook up behind the scenes and let me pick you a little deeper on that. But yeah, man, I really appreciate you bringing it up. Like I said, it was a surprise to hear you say, "Oh, I've been to Africa." I forgot all about boxing for a minute. I wanted to hear about your time there. What's up, Hyphy? I don't want to make you feel like we could, brother. What's up?
Yeah, wagwan. I ain't here to rain on anybody's attempt to profit off black people's struggle or whatever. But I'm gonna say Joseph. Another thing that he would tell you based on his experiences being in Africa. Okay, we always hear that. Oh, they this is the history that they don't want us to know. They try to keep us from knowing this and that.
Right.
Well, the thing is, these same people who repeating those words and they make their own, films and all types of content and media,
Mm-hmm.
they lying to you also. Like I said, Joseph, he could vouch for what I'm saying. But outside of that, back to y'all was talking about stuff like Snowfall. Now that's a show I don't watch. My old lady, she tried to get me to watch that shit. I just couldn't get into it. But I'll just say for me, like I actually understand the real stories behind these. And I understand these is like entertainment, entertainment shows and stuff. But I've actually like really did the research and understood the, because Snowfall is kind of like based off Rick Ross's life, but it's a whole bunch of stuff that's not actually in a line. But yeah,
Right.
I definitely understand like that whole war on drugs and stuff, and all that stuff. The cocaine 80s and various regions. I definitely did my research on that. There's another show out, that BMF show.
Right.
I mean, shit, I got the BMF book right here, and did so many hours of research. That's another one where that the show is it's definitely not in alignment with what really happened, but nonetheless it's just entertainment. So I would say like if people are into that type of stuff, it's totally fine as long as you understand. Like you can't just watch a show and say, oh, I know what happened, I know the history of this, you watch the entertainment show.
Right.
Totally
Right.
fabricated.
No, I get you on that 100%. I'm trying to think of the name of the undercover dude that was actually part of bringing the guns and dropping them in the neighborhoods. I actually watched a documentary on him. I cannot remember this agent's name for nothing. It's a crazy ass name.
Oh, I know. I mean, somebody that definitely had you probably not talking about him, but he was also an agent who had a lot to do with that. And he ended up getting his own TV show later, Oliver North.
Oliver, wasn't that the military guy?
Oliver, yeah, he was one of them.
Yeah, that was a big crap show. For real.
Yeah, and
I remember seeing all that stuff on the news.
they hit on a couple of shows like they'll touch on it a little bit, but they won't make that the primary, focus of movies. Like there was a movie,
For Gary Webb.
Gary Webb.
Gary Webb was a guy. They made a movie about him, but Gary Webb was a guy. He was he worked for he was a writer, but he was basically like one who was telling the truth about how the government was involved and stuff.
Oh,
or
he was giving it up.
Yeah, giving up, like, real
giving it
intel.
up.
Yeah.
Didn't they disappear him?
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, brother.
Yeah. So that was one of the movies back in the 90s. They touched on it a little bit as far as how we was getting guns in the inner cities, because we didn't have access to that stuff just off the strength.
Oh no, of course not. That was something that was reserved for certain people. But they had a plan. They executing their plans. When little things come out about their plans, they quickly and swiftly brush it under the rug and do things like that. The war on drugs, in my opinion, is not really. It's never really been a war on drugs. It's never really been about the war on drugs. From my seeing Ronald Reagan and his cabinet doing what they did, excuse me, and the way they move, and seeing firsthand at how things unfolded around us in the neighborhood, it was an attack on people. It was an attack on. I hate to say black people. I'm gonna say a lot of times it's an attack on poor people. To be honest about it,
I just say it was. I just more so say like just on urban, people in urban areas, because I mean, as you know, MZ, yeah, it was black people, definitely highly affected by it. But like, for example, out here we got a lot of Mexicans that was affected by it. A lot of these like Polynesian, Pacific Islanders, because we got a lot of that out here in California. So just anybody in urban areas was affected by it. But yeah, like that's something that's definitely true. And I dropped a title of a documentary called The Great White Hope. It definitely touches on the whole, like, Rick Ross, some of his background and all that, but it like really breaks down all of the just stuff behind the scenes of that whole war on drugs. And as you just mentioned, MZ, the war on drugs was fake because at the time when the war on drugs was declared, any type of like drug use and drug crime was at low as far as like the statistics, and I got those numbers. Like I got the research on that. Mm-hmm. So that was like it was a time, now this is before my time, but when the war on drugs was even thrown out there and put out there by Nixon and Reagan, people was like confused, like what's this war on drugs? Because like this whole drug crisis, we don't know what you're talking about.
Right, they had to put a face to it. They had to put a face to it in order for it to become a problem. And the easiest problem to be is urban life, urban people. Depending on where you are, how it will hit. We usually say it attacked the black people because that's who we're around and that's who it hit. But if you're a Mexican in a certain area, and it attacked you. It just depends on where you were and which enemy of the state you happen to be ethnically. And
Yeah.
so once they put a face to it, it was easy to start driving funds to it, start having reasons to lock people up, because that's when little is known, the private prisons had started gaining birth.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to stock the prisons, you have to have people in order for those prisons to make money. And once they start doing that, you look at it, they took away, they start taking things away that people always say, oh, it didn't really affect me. But when you look at it long term down the line, it did affect you. Schools start losing things. They used to teach you trades in high school. You used to learn trades in high school. You didn't have to go off and run to college right away or go to some trade school. They actually taught you a trade in high school, auto mechanics and things like that. They start taking those things away. And why? Because now they know everybody's not going to college. All these kids aren't going to college. They're going to have to get out and start trying to find a way to make money. Now you can put these drugs in their hand, easy money. They can start making easy money. You can start locking them up because you've taken away for them not to have to do that. You took away them learning auto mechanics, wood shop, metal shop, things like that that used to be taught in high school, that you could literally leave high school and get a job working in that craft and making good money. You take that away, what do you cause? A void that needs to be filled. How do you fill it?
Crime.
Exactly. And what does that do for the government? It makes them money. For the private sector that's got money and rich, that have these think tanks to think how they can cast the net over the public and drain money from them, all that stuff goes into effect. And it's going to effect right now. But yeah, back then with Nixon, well, for sure with Reagan, they loved Reagan so much, it was almost he could do no wrong. Hell, we still going up under some of the things that he put in place way back then.
Yeah, let me piggyback off what you were saying. So also like you were saying, okay, crime, you got to resort to crime. Well, that's when, and this is a book that came out, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, real good book, but it describes how the new Jim Crow, which was, the criminal system, basically, barring people out of society opportunities by giving them, criminal records and stuff. That's the new Jim Crow. So that's definitely part of this whole war on drugs plan, because, in the 80s, people was getting outrageous sentences for getting caught with like a gram of cocaine. Yeah, dumb stuff like that.
99 years.
And only people from urban areas, whereas the people who was, caught, they were selling it to, those people wasn't receiving any type of punishments. I know, MZ, especially at the time when you went to college, I'm sure that you didn't heard about stories where, Jesse and Michael and John, they got caught with, blah, 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 and they received no type of punishment, whereas the person who sold them the stuff was the only person that received the type of punishment. I know you heard so many of those stories in that time.
So many where you'd be like, how did this person end up walking away with a slap on the hand, like probation or something? And these people are doing a grave number of years for it. Same crime, same situation, caught the same way. But if you notice, history always teaches when it's affecting the urban areas, it's a drug problem. When it falls into the areas where there's money and there's so-called prestige, then it's an epidemic and they need help. And now you have more money coming in because all of a sudden these places that offer help to help them get off of this terrible drug, that all of a sudden the way it's looked at is framed different. Little Johnny got caught with an ounce of coke, and it's an epidemic for him. Oh, he was misguided. It was this, he was that. But Craig get caught with that same amount. Oh, he's a thug. He's a murderer of his people. He's selling his hard drug, and his only business is to make money. That's right. They break it down like that, and it was broke down like that. And back then, we didn't have the internet and stuff. You had the telephone, and you had TV, and the radio, and the newspaper. And whatever they printed in the newspaper or the news told people on the news, that's what it was. There was nothing to dispute it. Whatever they wanted you to hear, that's what you heard.
Well, look what they did with the poor white trash, like they like to call them, those folks over there in places like West Virginia.
Mm.
They didn't lock those people up. They went over there and actually put those people in treatment facilities.
Right. I'm gonna tell you, I heard from an old school person, God bless them, they've gone, they're not in this life anymore. They were saying at one point that a person that's considered poor white trash, that's pretty much the lowest as low can go for them, still think they're above you.
Mm-hmm.
And you can both be in the same situation. Now, society, as dirty as it could be, the government, as I should say, not society, I'm going to say the government will also, what's the word I'm looking for? They'll bag that claim up for them because they treat them different from someone in the same exact position. Eric Goss said, dope show, fellas. I love how it took on this turn. But he said, good night, family. I got to get the kids up in the AM. Great show.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Peace. Thanks for stopping through. Yeah, we just doing our thing. But yeah, Hyphy.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, that was just crazy. Like people do their research on that. Yeah, you'll find out, way before anybody, like way before the 80s hit, it was just constantly pumped out there. The war on drugs, but people was like, what are you talking about? Because we don't even see this. Like, we don't see no drug crisis going around. Mind you, so we talking about the late 70s. This is when places like GI, Detroit, those places still had the steel mills and auto industry, so they were still thriving. And I got this document. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Yep, where I'm from.
Yeah, that first documentary that I pinned it in the chat. So if anybody looking to see what Heidi was talking about, it's called The Great White Hope, which is a documentary on war on drugs. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if anybody in the chat now or in the replay come across this part, just know it's pinned in the chat, so you can get that information and look it up.
What's the major platform it's on?
Oh, I mean, you can find that one straight on YouTube. It's after that documentary, it's probably from my early 2000s.
Yeah, well, if nobody's ever seen it before, people first time coming across it, it's gonna be new to them.
Yeah, like I said, it's there's like a whole new generation that's come through, and you got people that's like in their 20s and maybe even early 30s, and the only thing they know about Rick Ross, like I said, it might be Snowfall, unfortunately. So that would just be a good material for them to go back and like really understand, what some things was. Like I even had this. Like I seen this one documentary, and it was it's about reefer, but it was basically how they tried to do this whole war on drugs with Mexicans. Like Mexicans coming into the U.S. in about the 1940s, and they tried to say that Mexicans coming in bringing in that the Reggie. Oh, these Mexicans when they smoke the Reggie, they'll go crazy. I mean, they even tried the war on drugs way back then. It just wasn't a success.
Yeah, it's been a few attempts because at one point African Americans were being accused of heroin and turning into raging lunatics that would come and rape your wives and daughters.
Yeah.
So the game has been it's been implemented on more than one occasion. It just didn't take. So trial and error. They tried it, it failed. They try again. It failed. They try again. When they finally got the guns and the crack out, they had already, as you say, they had already started priming the public by screaming about a war on drugs. When people were like, "Well, we don't see it," the implementation of getting the guns out on the streets, getting the cocaine into the hands of those that they want to attack, and turn them loose. And it did just what they wanted it to do. It got people addicted, It got people to start doing whatever they could to get their hands on it. It got youngsters looking at oh, this is a quick, fast way to make money. Got those fathers that was hard on their luck, looking at a chance to just do it for a little while. And it only takes a little while to get caught up and end up in a private prison, in the system where now you're in the system where some places you can't own a gun, some places you can't vote, some places it's a lot of things you just can't do because you are an ex-felon.
Yeah, you expelled from society.
Exactly. So when it comes down to certain things, you're excluded. You don't count. You know what I'm saying? That for those people that go through that, they don't realize that the road for them has multiplied by 5. No matter where you come from or who you are, once they get that part on you, where you excluded, then everything you have to do, you got to go 5 times harder in order to survive or get what you need out of life. And
that's how you get a cycle of young men being released from some type of incarceration to right back to incarceration. That's what people don't understand. But it's a cycle, and it's like I say, it's a trap to keep you trapped within.
yeah, like I said, by taking away the opportunity for young men and young women to be able to learn auto mechanics, welding. I forgot about welding, metal work, woodwork, things like that. Those are things that people make money off of today. But now you got to pay for it. You got to pay in order to learn about it. Where it used to be something that was curriculum for high school.
And don't even talk about that, because now they got trade schools. Well, the thing about these trade schools, everybody that actually works in those trades, even those people will tell you never go to those trade schools, because they just, these schools that'll charge you X amount of thousands and they teach you absolutely nothing. Any type of trade schools. I mean, you even got these truck driving schools where people that are actually like drivers on the roads, they would tell you those schools suck. They don't teach you anything.
Man, I can tell you right now, I know those mugs suck, because I can tell you it's been so many times riding on I-10 heading to work here in San Antonio where 18-wheeler was straight cut you off with no regard to safety or anything, just straight cut you off. Switch lanes on you. You could be in the middle of the truck. They'll switch lanes and just start getting over. So yeah, from what I see of the product that they're putting out on the road, they trash.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, it's a whole like connected system with all that stuff. Like we talking about, from just the war on drugs to the whole the racial justice, the criminal caste system to basically keeping people in urban areas strategically restricted to those areas. It's all like a huge ass system that comes together.
Right. They've been at it. They've been at it for years. It's been a plan that started way back in the day, and they've been slowly hammering at that plan. And if you look at it, they're slowly gaining control, little by little, of more and more aspects of regular everyday life.
I mean, you're more likely to be able to get a sex change in prison than you are to actually learn the actual trade and skill when you come out of there to actually be a productive citizen.
Well, with that part, you're right. Prison, from I guess the sense of the word, as a youngster, it used to mean, hey, they going in there, they're gonna get rehabilitated. They're gonna teach them something, so when they come back out, they're not a strain on society. I've had family members that they've passed away now too, that have went to prison. When they came home, they did have a skill that they learned when they were locked up. That has also changed. It's not about rehabilitating. It's not about helping people gain the best, because for them that poses a problem. Too many people doing good then how do you separate?
Hey, and when you look at some of these other countries, like if you go to places like Iceland, or you go to places like the Baltics, if you go to jail there, they have actual rehabilitation programs and things that inmates can learn. So when they come out of there, they actually are better, they're able to adapt and be a part of society in a productive fashion. Like, so it's no reason why they couldn't put money into this. It's just what they choose to do. They make too much money off of people going to jail, mainly people who look like you and I. So for all those people out there buying Jordans, you know, keep supporting the fact that this man's making billions and millions of dollars off of black people getting locked up. So
Hold on. I used to beat that tree, but I kind of looked that up. It's a different Jordan that owns into those prisons.
I don't know about that.
Check it out. I looked it up. I didn't find the Michael Jordan as part of that. It was another Jordan that's making big money off of that.
Yeah, I remember seeing like these types of lists for at least the last 10 years where people would put out, oh, these companies, they invest in prison industrial complex or boycott them. And I mean, it was, so whether it be like it'll be like the owner of a company or like a CEO or something, so that they'll get hit with the label. But at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, I guess you gotta do your research. If you want to choose to not support them by boycotting their products, I mean, that's a personal choice. It's each his own.
Yeah, but people are so used to having things their way that one, the only time that you can legally be put into slavery is when you go to jail, when you get arrested and go to prison. Now, they found a way to make money off of the pain of some people's lives. It don't matter if you're innocent or guilty. If they feel like they can get you in there, they got you in there. Going to a conversation with what you were saying, Hyphy, about people catching the same crime, different time. I remember a guy, mental health situation. This guy's clearly off his noodle. But yet the judge, instead of sending this guy to a mental place, where he can do his time in a mental ward or something like that, where he could try to get some help, they literally sent this man to TDC. They sent him to prison. A man that needed help tying his shoes. So yeah, they gonna get the money. It don't matter what you are or who you are. They if you get caught up in their system, they're gonna figure out a way to wash you for every dollar they can get. And I believe at one point, I think in the early 90s, one of the rumored numbers was like a certain thousand per body that they had in those prison spots. Not to mention, they didn't start off by growing their own food and stuff like that. They started off by getting contracts with Little Debbie's and things like that, where they were actually selling off product from Little Debbie's. They had contracts with them, contracts with the cigarette companies. They had a lot of contracts. The money was going into those prisons, not just from bodies, but from the people who were producing and giving them what you call free world stuff, even though they were locked up.
That's a whole nother can of worms that you're opening up, because when you start looking into that, like the toiletries, stuff like that, when you start looking into who owns like these companies that supply the necessary goods for
Right.
these jails and stuff, that's when you really start seeing a conflict of interest. For example, everybody knows, always has a question, how can a pack of noodles that only costs me, maybe 20 cents on the street, but inside the prison it costs, damn near $2. stuff like that. So
Mhm.
yeah, you start opening up a whole another can of worms when you start asking that question. Just like okay, like 9/11 when that happened. Well, one of the it was like it's this company, I can't remember the name, but basically it's like a few people that was in politics, in office, as well as a politician who actually owned that company. The demolition crew like come in, like just reconstruct the buildings and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they all had money into that company. So yeah, when you start looking at all type of stuff, it just really starts sticking out. Like, okay, yeah, now I see the play. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But people only look at it when they start realizing things around them are really changing. Things are different. Things, I look at things because of my children and my grandchildren. I'm like, dang, I'm looking at how things have been taken away, but I've also look at how things have been given to gain control over them. They got a lot of people docile now. A lot of people, a lot of children are docile now because there's a computer screen for them to sit in front of all day. There's interactive stuff for them to mess with, but they don't have to go outside. Where if you want to get at them, you just think like I'm gonna say the government as a predator, whatever agenda they want to push. You know for a fact that if parents have to work, and I mean they're really trying to work in order to make it because inflation is once again added. Everything's going up except pay. So that means you've taken the parent out the house for sure because they got to go and work longer hours in order to make ends meet. Who's got the kids? Oh, we do right here on this screen. So now we can start pushing little agendas, fun little items to start getting your kids to think a certain way. My grandchild, 7 years old, asked the question the other day, why is pride considered a rainbow and is it at her school?
That's the biggest fundamental problem that's going on right now, MZ.
I cannot lie. When I heard that my granddaughter asked that question, I cringed and my stomach got tight because instantly the first thing that came across my mind is my grandchildren are under attack by a movement of a bunch of people who want everyone to think like them and do like them. They are forcing something on children. And why? Because those are the most easiest minds to impression. They're the easiest ones to put an impression upon. Because you can give them something to make it seem real because you made it seem fun. And they equate that with good. And they end up holding it as a fact.
Yeah, you got to replicate the next generation. How are you going to do that?
So I've always been a stickler to say my children, and I always tell any parent that will listen, just because your children grown don't mean they don't need you anymore. And when they're growing up, be honest to yourself and know that your children are just carbon copies of you and their mama. You know who you are. And if you're any salt of yourself, you know who she is. So help them learn how to navigate those two personalities into one that they can control and teach them about the fundamentals and the messed up ways that life is going to hit them. Don't put a color to it. Let it be known that it can be anybody, from family to the motherfucking stranger across the street. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, nah, it's yeah, I mean, MZ, I'm younger than you, and even I just have a hard time really adapting, or I don't even want to adapt, but just seeing some of the changes of stuff that it's like in society today. I get like I'm a very, very bad hypocrite of using that FAOT word.
Right,
Back in the day, y'all used to call them like punks and sissies and stuff.
right.
I just don't understand that integration within society. And it's like me, somebody like me, I get kind of casted out of social forums for not being able to adapt to that society.
Hey, cast me all the way out. I don't want no parts of it, bro.
You know,
They can label me and stigma, whatever stigma they want to give me. I don't care.
right. And I echo you guys' sentiment exactly. I'm not gonna go on no run and try to destroy nobody because that's not what I'm here for. But at the same time, I don't feel like if I want to be bothered with that, I should be forced to have to. And on top of that, I don't feel like I was watching this teacher. She was doing the interview, and she was complaining about she had so many students in her class. I mean, she was like, I think she had like 34 students, and she was like, the next day when she came to school, that number had dwindled down by 10, so she had 24. And she was complaining, talking about how the parents took the kids out of her class, took one look at her, and took her out of class, took them out of her class. And you know, she made her arguments about it. And someone stood up and said, "Well, those are the children's parents, and that's their kids, and they have a choice of who they want teaching their children or what they want their kids to learn. So they have the right to do that. So you're putting your feelings over the importance of the children learning and their parents' wishes." And people don't realize that right now, that's one of the things, one of the freedoms that as a parent we have is being chipped away and taken away from us right in front of our faces, and we're not realizing it.
Yep. You don't show up to these school
PTA
board
meetings.
PTA meetings. This is how all this stuff gets pushed. And next thing you know, you're entering a school and they got same-sex bathrooms. You know, at the elementary level, you got teachers teaching this stuff. They done took God and religion out of the schools and replaced it with sexual innuendos.
Now, let me bounce off of that real quick, Joe. You said they took God out of schools, but I'm gonna go to something else. They used to teach sex ed. Now, from what I'm being told now, sex ed now is including all these different mixtures. But there was something that they took away from that parents used to have control of. It used to be, I don't want my kid in sex ed.
Yep.
Now you look up and your kid is in a sexual education class that you didn't give permission for it to happen.
And
It used to be that they had to ask permission. Do you want your child in this class?
Mm-hmm. I remember that. And the other crazy part is like kids go to school now. If they identify as being whatever, you have to identify them as that. And if you don't in the school, if you don't identify them as that, then guess what? You could be facing some serious consequences. I mean, it's just getting really out of hand. It makes you question whether or not you want to continue to have kids, especially in a country that's subjecting them to this kind of stuff. And it's like you said, kids are very impressionable. They don't have the rationale and to be able to decipher or the nuance to decipher a lot of this stuff.
Yo,
It's
Joe,
one thing when they're older and they have the opportunity or the choice to choose it. But it's another thing when you're indoctrinating them into something they have no major understanding of.
hey, this was 2 Sundays ago. My niece had one of these volleyball tournaments. You know, she plays for a traveling team.
Let me
So,
ask you, you want me to, I'm going to end the broadcast, but we can keep cooking if y'all don't mind.
I mean, shit, you know, it's up to you.
Yeah,
I'm
I just, okay, we can keep rolling like it is.
Yeah, my niece, she had one of these volleyball tournaments 2 Sundays ago, and one of these teams that she played against, now they had a fucking boy on the team, you know, Mexican team, had a boy. Now this motherfucker, you know, he playing, you know, front court, So he's spiking a ball and shit.
Right.
This nigga spiking a ball, hard like a boy would. And that's like the only way they really get him points. So they end up beating him on the scene. It's like just because this motherfucker could identify as,
A
a
little
girl. Yeah, now look, this nigga, I'm like, man, this some bullshit. So me and my brother, we was just like laughing. Like, it's some bullshit, but we also just laughing, like call him a faggot, just
right.
laughing at this shit. But I'm like, man, this some bullshit.
So, in order to include them, you have to cheat the other players because that's what it equates to. With swimming, in order to include the swimmer, you have to cheat. Especially if it's a man going into the women's world, you're cheating the women, no matter what it is: boxing, swimming. I'm gonna surely say any contact sport, for sure, because some women can't outswim men. But yeah, you cheating. I want to be included, but you have what some would say some physical advantages.
Well,
Hell yeah.
biology is biology. So no matter how much, you know, even if they change sex, you still have your biology is still of a man or a woman if you're born a woman or a man. You can't change that. And the most the most disparity that you see is when you have men who then change their gender into women. And that's where you see a lot of women, it's an unfair advantage because that guy who is a male, his physical attributes,
It's still a man.
it doesn't go away just because he decided that he wanted to have a sex change. He still has advantages physically over females.
And I agree with you. I just didn't want to have to hit him with the biology and all that blast. I was keeping it simple.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
but that's what that is simple. That's what it comes down to. You don't see a lot of this disparity when it's the opposite way. When the female's going to
into the
change
male
her
world.
into the male realm, they still can't compete
Right.
because the biology is still the biology.
And I guess, as strange as it might sound, I guess the argument I'm making is really for the women. I'm making a stand for the fuck. Yes, I am making a stand. My granddaughters and my daughters. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at them. I don't want them competing against the boy if my granddaughter decides, oh, I want to be a boxer, Grandpa. I don't want her to have to worry about because the WBC decided they're gonna make a gender thing. Well, that's still unfair for the women if they make a gender thing, unless they're gonna say men that turn into women are the only ones that's gonna fight in this side, and women that turn into men are the only ones that's gonna fight in this. If they do that, okay. But I don't think they thinking like that. I think they're gonna say, oh, okay, all these gender changes, so y'all get to fight right here.
Yeah,
I don't want my
and
granddaughters facing that. I want the fields equal for them.
well, here's the thing though, MZ, is where you and I are using logic and reasoning. There's a lot of women out there who aren't. They aren't. They're starchly standing up and defending this crap. They're defending something that directly that affects them from a competitive standpoint. It's equivalent to another male fighting a dude on steroids. You know what I'm saying? Or competing with somebody who's taking PEDs. That's what it's equivalent to. It's an unfair advantage. But a lot of women are not arguing it because it goes against, them feeling like they're not supporting this so-called movement. But it's at their own detriment.
Exactly. You're helping a movement that is really in lesser terms designed to replace you.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Who basically have manipulated society into saying or trying to tell us that what's a real woman. Well, hell, A real woman is not you who was born a woman and who goes through menstrual cycle and who can born children. Like that's not a real woman anymore. I don't like this is the crazy part. You know,
Mind boggling.
15, 50, 20 years ago, these people would be put in a mental a psych
Ward.
ward, a psych ward for thinking this kind of stuff.
And now it's acceptable in politics, in school, in church, everywhere. Well, I love the women that God gave me, the wife, the daughters, and I make sure, hey, y'all are women, natural, 100% uncut, 100% USD WALLACE branded.
Man, and just speaking on this whole topic now, and I know you was talking about like stuff like Snowfall earlier, but I mean y'all know now you can't see a movie or a series without that shit being incorporated.
Oh man, and why do we always have to be the one leading the charge? Even the last the Best Man series, they had to introduce the whole binary. I don't identify as male or female. Like we had to have a groundbreaking person of color to be the one
To break it.
who presented this to the world. Like, why do we have to always be the one pushing this thing?
Hey, y'all ever notice like if y'all at home, watching TV on or whatever, all them fucking HIV commercials, it's always some
Yep,
black niggas.
always black people. The one who's narrating, and his face is all over the TV screen with another black partner.
As if we're the ones to introduce this to the world.
Always.
Yep.
But I always say, if you look into history, you'll see where something that right there, you'll see where that really was a big deal. There ain't no secret. So, man, y'all saw that shooting at that school again, right?
Oh yeah.
Dare I say that it wasn't one of us. If you notice, to me, that's a heinous act. Serial killing, mass killing, those are heinous acts. And they're pretty much mainly perpetrated by a certain group. But all the other groups in the world seem to be the ones that catch the blame for everything. Go figure.
Hey, I
Well,
want to. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I'll be honest with you, MZ. When it comes to that, we don't need to go to the schools and do that. We just catch them right on the block. we we don't have to go to school to catch them.
I feel you on that. No, what I'm saying is, have you noticed that a lot of the most heinous things that have happened to mankind has happened from a certain group? But for some reason, no one ever focuses on that and say, hey, you ever thought that these might be the ones that got some strange thinking going on, wired wrong? We accept the fact that all the other bad stuff is happening is concentrated to certain groups. Everybody overlooks the most heinous acts that take place are perpetrated by a certain group.
Yeah. See, I look at like, those people like the Packies and all that. Okay, they carry out, basically like, mass suicidal attacks that was ordered, and they just willing to sacrifice, because they say, in the name of Allah, whatever that. But that's different.
That's
These
different from what I'm
motherfuckers,
talking about.
yeah,
I'm
you
talking
talking
about
about some
these
different
people,
shit.
the stuff that's going on here is sick.
Yeah,
It's
that's
sick.
they control the media. So who controls the media is able to paint the picture of who the enemy is and who's the one committing certain things and who should we pay attention to that's creating a lot of this stuff, who they can point to and say, okay, this is where it's coming from. Oh, this particular group here. They can always paint it in their favor because they're the ones in control of what being shown.
And the funny part about that is, once they catch the person, everybody sees and say, "Hey, that's nothing like what y'all said we was looking for. That's y'all." You know what I'm saying? At one point, what point do people open their eyes and say, "Dude, every time it end up being y'all, it's a very low percentage of it being somebody else"? Or am I
Yeah.
tripping?
Nah, cause even if let's just say even if like one of us or one of the homies, whatever, even if a nigga was on some shit contemplating that, by the time you look at all the shit that go into it, okay, you gotta you gotta go over here to this state to buy some ammo, then you gotta go over here, then you gotta do all this shit. A nigga gonna be in this, smoke and chill the fuck out. Said, man, I was tripping. Let me sit my ass down. When I see that nigga Keith, man, fuck Keith.
No, you got Jerry Wayne sitting in the basement writing up schematic plans.
Looking
Not
at his
only
his school yearbook and shit, still
right,
mad at a nigga from 20 years ago.
Mary Lou Roddencrotch from kindergarten,
Cause she got married, 3 kids.
because she married Johnny Wayne.
Bitch ass nigga.
So now you gonna go and shoot up half the school. Or blow up half the work building. With them, it's always they want to investigate and see how their mind works. With anybody else, it's hurry up and kill them and get them out of here.
Hurry up and lock their asses up, throw away the damn key. We ain't trying to understand why he did what he did.
Exactly.
Hey,
we ain't trying to tell the story of how his family life was or what challenges he had growing up. We ain't trying to paint no sad story about his existence up to that point. We ain't trying to humanize him in no way.
Hey,
We ain't taking him to McDonald's telling him a good job before we take him to jail.
See, this why I feel like more states should get in line with states like Texas and Arizona, like how they gun laws is, because you see places like Texas, Arizona, you ain't gonna have niggas just going around doing all these mass shootings and shit, because you don't have the citizens that'll put a bullet in a nigga if they see him trying to do some shit like that.
Shit, even in Florida, hyphy.
Yep.
Yeah, because they got the what is it, the stand your ground law? Everybody in Florida can have a gun?
Bruh, and it was the sheriff of one county. He was warning people who was thinking about home invasions. He said, I could tell you guys, don't go and invade someone's house, but knowing my county the way I know it, you guys go ahead and think you're gonna be able to go in somebody's house and rob them. And I guarantee you're not gonna make it out alive. We'll be basically picking you up in chalk.
Wow. That's deep. But I guess you can say in so many words, Texas has pretty much said the same thing.
Yep, Arizona. Arizona is like the West Coast version of Texas when it comes to guns. Most of the firearms manufacturers, their headquarters is in Arizona.
Man, thinking the guns, I'm gonna see if my wife want to go to the gun range tomorrow. Go let off a couple of rounds.
Yeah, all that's fucking mass shootings and shit.
It's sad, and I know I keep speaking on my grandchildren and stuff like that, but the fact is, at my age now, and because my family is at a certain point, my children are grown, I have grandchildren, I literally hear the words of my elders speaking about being sad about having children and grandchildren at a certain time. And I can actually say, as much as I love my family and my kids and stuff, looking at this world and the way it is and how it's going, I am sad that I brought them here. I love the fact that they exist, but the world that I have put them in really perplexes me.
Bro, you and me both. I look at it the same way, MZ. I tell my sons all the time, it's like, man, I'm fear I fear for the world that you guys are left that's left behind when I'm gone, bro.
Yeah, I feel you 100%. I'm with you 100%, JB. You know what I'm saying? I look at my daughters and my son, and I'm like, man,
Just literally woke up one day, MZ, the sky's been blue your whole life, and you got people out here telling you it's purple, and then the whole society is telling you purple. That's how I feel about this whole, transsexual and gay movement. It's like my whole life I've grown up knowing it to be this, and you guys are
force me.
you're trying to force me to think that it's not what it's been my whole entire life.
Hmm.
Yeah, that shit weird, boy. Like, shit, nigga out here in LA and shit. Like, nigga, all this West LA and shit. Oh, them niggas just that shit. It's like it's just 100% green. Like anybody, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Open range. Them niggas all in the public and shit with that shit.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Now,
man.
now, Heike, I know you're kind of young, but I'm getting ready to
Call
say
me my
something.
pronoun. Call me my pronoun.
Yeah.
Wow. This what I'm about to say is gonna seem. Let me see. How can I put it? I got to catch my thought back. I lost my train of thought. Wow. It's really gone. I'll catch it, I'm sure.
Nah, something about I think you was gonna say like something about my generation or something. I don't know.
It's like growing up and you hear it. It's almost like ghostly rumors. You hear the grown-ups talking about it, and your mind is not, for some of us, your mind doesn't grasp what they're saying or what's going on and taking place because you don't see it right away. It's not until you grow up, get a little age up under you, and start applying lessons learned from life, where you become wise enough, where you start sitting back and really looking at life as a part of what you have to do every day. But you start looking down the road, and I have daughters, and the thing that shook me to the core, that really, really woke me up to say, hey, these people are attacking us. Not just us, but individually attacking us, is when they came up and they started fighting the Roe v. Wade, and they started fighting the abortion thing. When that started being implemented and that attack started, and I heard what they said and they made no exceptions, my mind automatically went to, so my daughter could be raped or something crazy, or one of my grandchildren, God forbid, could be molested or something, end up pregnant, and you're going to force them to have that child because you're going to make it against the law to get an abortion. That, you know what I'm saying, as a father and a husband, it put a weight on me so much that I instantly knew that there was nothing instantly I can do to protect them, because there was a whole big movement and an agenda being pressed against them, and it's not enough people listening to help fight that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got, oh, there's a fight, but they're looking at the wrong things. I'm looking at the little intricate things that they're doing. They're sliding in your house. Most people, Bubba Gump and all those guys, they worry about their guns and their Second Amendment right, and people taking their guns, but they missing the fact that they've just snatched away the rights of the woman that you supposedly love with all your heart, or your little girls. And then they've made it a crazy access that if some dude decide, oh, today I woke up and I felt like I identified with Mary, so I'm married today. I'm gonna run up in this bathroom, and then all of a sudden, when I'm in this bathroom and I see some fine girl, and I'm not saying it happened, I lose my mind and I snap back in place. Now I'm hungry for a woman, and you end up raping somebody. You set a stage for it. Who to say that's so far fledged and crazy that it could happen? But somebody's daughter, somebody's wife got to suffer with that humiliation and then carry the baby of that humiliation. And you want the man to have to accept it and stand by her. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's that whole abortion shit. That shit hella crazy.
Now, I understand people being mad because guys and girls out there just screwing and getting pregnant and being hoes. And that goes for men and women, being hoes. But I'm like, you didn't make an exception for those that didn't want that. You lumped them all together and gave them all the same penalty.
Yeah, that's like me. I mean, shit, between like two girlfriends, just had in the past. They each had, 2 abortions. Like that wasn't just like, bitches, we just, hoes or whatever. Nah, like we were just actually together. Niggas had, accidents or whatever, and knew that we didn't want no children. So that was that. So, you can't just, I mean, I don't see how they can just try to group everybody as, people just need to start having safe sex. Because look, like I said, everything that you were just talking about, you got to have some type of exceptions to those rules. Secondly, shit, nigga, like we have to pay for that shit. So if y'all niggas getting, I'm saying, y'all money off these medical services y'all provide, I don't see what the fuck the problem is.
Yeah, I agree with you all the way. In one hand, they saying is the population is too much, and on the other hand, they saying we're gonna do away with these abortions, and we're gonna keep on making the population grow. Good morning/night. Salute, lads. I'm gonna catch the replay. Some asshole gave my mom an appointment for 8 a.m. Man's gonna pick her up now and take her to catch your man's later. All right, hi, Yasser. Appreciate you swinging through though.
Oh yeah. What's up, Yasser? Yeah.
Yeah, I had to put the Yasser name back up there. Yasser 404 Talks Boxing, because I think the penalty for losing was 2 weeks ahead of his name up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just I don't know. It's like, man, certain shit that gets implemented that don't make sense, but in the shit that needs to be implemented, never end up getting passed for whatever reason. I mean, y'all want to. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, the things that get implemented, I would suggest you sit back and you think about it. Who it will help, who gains from it, and how. Those things have to be looked at when certain things are popping up. When they're talking about, we need to vote on Proposition 47/362B. People lazy. They don't want to go and read on what's in it. What is it? What does it entail? Who does it help? Who does it hurt? How does it help them? If it got something to do with money, where does that money get sent to? Where does it get funneled to? Who gets the most of it? How's the pie cut up? But people don't pay attention to those things because they think it's bullshit. When all the time, when you don't fuck with it, it is bullshit. When you don't understand it, it is bullshit. But that bullshit is what they're using to implement the things that are affecting people's lives. Straight and simple. But I know I'm preaching to the choir. Anybody that's gonna listen, they're gonna say, "Oh, they just talking." But I've learned. It might not seem like it because when people think about voting, I'm talking about the average Joe, girl or boy. When they think about voting, what are they mainly thinking about on the national scale? They think about voting for the president. That's it. You don't hear too many people that you mess with, street level, homies, stuff like that, unless all your clique is that type of way, think like you do. You don't hear them talking about voting for the governor. You rarely hear people talking about the mayor lately. I remember the mayor used to be a big race in Gary, Indiana. People need to realize in order to help move the government, you got to homegrown that stuff. You got to put it in office and start pumping it up from home.
Yeah, from the local level first.
Right. But people don't look at that. They straight look at the national level. And then that's how they try to pick. And that's what we lose at. I'm like, they need to start voting for these governors. They need to start voting for these congressmen. But on top of that, in order to get a governor you want, grow your mayor up. If you got a good mayor, then vote them in. And if they run for a higher office, you know they good, put them there. But always keep that process going. You know, if that mayor sucks, get their ass out of there and get a new one. It's your city. That's where it started. It don't start at the whole state. You got to start in your city. Brothers and sisters, whether you Mexican, whatever urban ethnic group you represent, I'm talking to you. You want some change, and it ain't gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take a minute because it's been a minute that they've been building this shit. But in order to break it and make it something happen, y'all got to get to work. I'll be long gone, but sure, y'all got to get to work. And I know a lot of people heard that. Some people just don't accept who the message is coming from. I don't speak eloquent like Martin Luther King or some flashy type person. It's the regular people that be telling the truth. I just don't be listening.
Breaking news, just to segue to a little bit of boxing. But Newey versus Fulton will resume in July.
Oh, I saw a picture of his foot. They said it was gout.
That was some bullshit.
That was a bullshit picture?
Yeah, that's just one of them fucking clickbait thumbnails somebody randomly made.
It still hasn't come out of what was wrong with him, though?
Yeah, I haven't even looked into it myself, honestly.
Because they're coming back so fast. I'm not complaining that they're coming back fast. I'm kind of glad that we don't have to wait a long time.
Yeah, but see, that's why I was like kind of a little annoyed by the fact that as soon as that shit was announced that the fight wasn't happening on that specific date,
they tried to say ducking.
Yeah, well, they tried to say, oh, it was canceled. I said, no, they clearly said postpone. Everybody kept putting fight off.
Oh,
like, no.
That.
Yeah, and then because Anui, he said, I think on Twitter he had some type of post somewhere along the lines of like the testing was I guess he said like something like it was like a short notice as far as like some of the testing. So he was like, damn, like 2 tests within a short amount of time, like that's kind of crazy. So niggas said, oh, he backed out because of the drug testing.
Wow.
I'm like, man, niggas just always love to make conspiracies with this boxing shit. That's one of the things I hate the most about like YouTube boxing. Niggas always like it's always it's just like the fucking Hotep niggas who always got to be smarter than the next nigga. Like you got some third eye wisdom or something. Everything got to be a conspiracy theory, or your third eye vision is kicking in, and your pineal gland is activated, so you could see. Like everything is more than what the eye meets.
Right. That's why I like doing this show, because we just, what I'm saying, we keep it going on a certain track. We talk boxing, we talk about fights nobody else is talking about. We got a lot better at that, a lot better. We started implementing conversation on the women. We've gotten a little better at that, but I prefer us to get a lot better. And we don't do the rumor thing. And I like that.
No, we do the rumor thing. We just make fun of them. We just make fun of the rumors.
Yeah.
Right. So we have fun doing that. And to me, that makes it super cool.
That shit gotta stop though, because like you said, like let's just say if you didn't know that was a joke, but let's just say if you would have, spread it out. Oh yeah, I heard Naomi Inoue got gout.
Oh yeah, but you quickly spoke on that and said, "No, that was a clickbait."
Yeah.
Now if they go and put it out, power to them, because that's gonna make us grow. And then people will come and find out that we don't do that kind of bullshit, because they'll hear the whole thing and say, "Oh, these motherfuckers didn't say that."
Like this is fucking Spence and Crawford shit again. Just because I think how was it like a few weeks ago?
Spence said he
about-
had an announcement that he was gonna make.
And I guess somewhere like PBC had a pay-per-view date for June, and so niggas just automatically ran with, that means Spence versus Crawford.
Because Crawford made a tweet
shit.
too, but neither one of them said nothing about a fight. Neither one of them. Espinoza hasn't said anything about a fight, but yes, the YouTube streets start bubbling over about June 7th. What day you say? June what? Whatever June day it is, they start saying that the fight is back on and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, for real? Just like that, y'all got that out of that? Okay.
Shit.
I started hearing reports of sources. It's all coming back out.
Oh shit. Hopefully Napoleon Armstrong ain't up for this one.
Yeah. That nigga gonna be up for 3 hours arguing about this. That nigga argue with himself in the chat about this topic.
Not with himself. I mean, he argued with himself in the chat. That's pretty amazing.
Hey, you know the nigga, I had to unsub from him. I just can't fuck with the nigga like content no more, Joseph. That fucking Malachi.
Yeah. you finally got the memo. I've been at it.
It just got annoying.
Not annoying. I got a question for you, Hyphy. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
We got any word back from Lady Chan?
Shit. I forgot all about Chan. I'm shadow banned from her channel actually.
What the hell is shadow ban?
Like if I post like comments and like they just don't pop up. Like I don't think anybody blocked me because like she said she can't find me on the block list, but I still can't type in her chat. Kind of like what Eric R was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's because he's saying he be going through there with us, and I'm just trying to figure out how does that happen.
Shit, I don't know. Some type of some shit. I ain't figured that out yet, but I didn't see people be shadow banned multiple times on this shit.
Dang, that's messed up. Right when the love letter go. Oh well, not the love letter, but right when the shouts go out, you get shadow banned. That's messed up.
Hey, but he could always jump on her panel and
and
tell her how you really feel.
But she didn't make that nigga King of Kings. That's like her fucking co-host and shit. That nigga that ran up under her and let.
What, he the co-host over there?
I mean, she damn near call him like, oh my co-host, just cause like he always gonna hop on the panel, kind of like me over here. Like every time you open it up, me and Joe gonna hop on. It's like the same.
Y'all
thing.
family, you know what I'm saying? This door open for everybody.
Yeah, he just a nigga who had to run and find another home and shit. Little lost puppy ass nigga.
And then Lisa Bells used to be on her panel tough. Used to be. I don't know what's happening now, but
I did check out her music videos after you told me she did made some music, Hyphy. I was like, okay. She was on the music scene for a minute. Looked like she had got herself a name going.
Yeah, she did like a solid little level for I mean, especially running around London and shit. She did her thing. BBC appearances and shit. That's some major shit.
Right.
Yeah, she was on Tim Westwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I give her all the props on that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that does well in music that's not tripping with themselves, I'm always up for that. I'm always up for artists to do good for themselves.
Yeah, it's just that like that type of rapping she do it's called grime, and it like kind of, I ain't gonna say it died out, but it's no longer like a mainstream type of hip hop sound.
Right, it's no more a mainstream genre.
Yeah,
the drill team is taking over.
Yeah.
All she got to do though is tweak her style a little bit, and she could fit right with anything. I guess the key to being able to write is or do music is to not limit yourself to certain tracks, to just open yourself up to whatever music you hear figure out a way to ride it.
Yeah, but she might be like us, like, you know what I'm saying? I would guess that woman probably like early 40s, so she probably just on some shit like, you know what I'm saying? She ain't trying to fuck with this young crowd no more, like they could have that shit.
Right.
If I could get money, just maybe ghost riding or, you know, something like that, I'm straight.
I feel you. But I always tell every artist, rap for whatever reason has a stigma. If you get to a certain age, you're too old to do it. But that's the only genre that they try to put a limit to it. They don't do that to blues or jazz, rhythm and blues, soul, country, western. They don't do it to any other genre but rap. Why are rappers when they get to a certain age too old to still put out music opposed to all the others?
Well, honestly, MZ, it's a lot of rappers who do it to the genre when because I've heard Andre 3000. I've heard him saying just the word hip, meaning it's more geared towards young. And he said the older you get, the less you're in tune with, the slang that's coming out from the youth. And you're no longer hip. He said he's seen a lot of his heroes um, become uncool just because, they're
Right.
trying to blend in with the era, but really, what I'm saying, it's not really their era.
Right. What they should, my thought is this. This is my thought process when it comes to it. You don't try to stick to the era because you have to remember you have fans that are yours. So you're going to leave your fans and try to adjust to the new era. No, you keep putting out music as you grow because your fans are still there. You still have a demographic to deal with. So deal with them because, you'd be surprised at how older fans are real loyal to their old artists. They old artists just don't come out enough for them. So that's the key to it. You don't catch some of these singers trying to change up their lingo and they slang on what they do. They just keep on rolling with it. Some young people catch hold to it, but most of the time it's a crowd that's their age that grew up on them that's still riding with them. I'm just saying.
The thing it is with primarily we just talking about hip hop. That's the only genre it is. It's like I think it's like a stigma, whereas the fans, because hip hop is a lot of like trend setting and shit. So I think some of like the fans, I think like for some reason they don't want like an older nigga, late 30s, just coming into the game out of nowhere and him being able to be the one to he set a new trend. Whereas I'm guessing Jay-Z is around like 50 something.
Right.
Oh, he could do some shit like niggas start wearing suits. Niggas that get on that shit. But it's like if somebody new come in around that age, it's like, nah, they ain't gonna want to fuck with them. So that's one of the thing about hip hop. It's like so much trends like outside of music, streetwear, like cars and shit, your tech that you have, like everything is trend related. So it's like trends for the whole culture.
Right. I feel what you're saying on that. But for me, I still rock with the old artists that's doing their thing. I still go and jam some Tech Nine and Strange music. I see Scarface and them to drop some new songs that speaks and resonates with me. They're not trying to be on a new tip, but it's like she is facing them to drop something. It's a treat. If I have to put it a certain way. No, I'm not, with me doing my music, I'm like, I just do it. How I feel is I do it. Who likes it, they like it. I'm just not going to let myself be in the box that say, oh, you too old to do it just because you're saying that I'm doing it. It's what I like to do. I can make music, so I make it. And I feel like all older artists should feel like that. Just because you got to a certain age, okay, you might change up in the game a little bit. You might start producing more. You might start ghostwriting more. But that don't mean you can't still embellish in the part that you like to do and spit verses. You might not have to go and do concerts and stuff, but you can put out stuff.
I look at Memphis. Memphis is kind of having they run right now.
Uh-huh.
And guys like Project Pat, when he was actually putting that shit out.
Yeah.
When it was new.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers wasn't really appreciating it, But it's like now it's out there now. It's like all of his old shit is even hitting now. So
it only takes one good song. It takes one good project to get out to make people take notice to you. And once they take notice to you, if you got enough material out for them to grab a hold to, that's when they find out if they like you or not.
And it's like they listening to him. It's like, yeah, that's Project Pat. But it's like we know about Project Pat, but you know what I'm saying, the newer generation, they just like how his flow and cadence is, and his slang and all of that, and it sound fresh to them. But nigga, this shit is over 20-something years old, man.
Music is never old when somebody first picks it up. It's always brand new, as if it was just made that day. So those youngsters, they hip hop is a combination of everything that's dropped from like listening to Domino. You remember Domino? Here we go.
Yeah, I'm that guy. Yeah, so fly.
You know what I'm saying? When they come across stuff like that and they first hear it, I'm sure some youngsters be like, "Oh man, they'll roll with it." Some might pass, but it's just a collection that they get a chance. It's like an overwhelming library that you got millions upon millions of songs that you can pick from artists that you probably have never even heard of, but they've had enough fans that they catalog hit somewhere where you can find it. And that's what I look for to do with me, to my brothers and I. Just have a catalog out where some youngster might come across and be like, "Oh man, these old dudes is killing it." But that's just me and how I think artists should think. Even the ones that blew up and became great, to the ones that still trying to do it and break through, or the ones that's just doing this recreation and as they pass time because that's what they like to do.
Yeah, see, I'm all with that too, because I mean, shit, like me, I listen to like so much fucking, like when they come to hip hop, I'm gonna say maybe like 90% of what I listen to is just, underground shit. I listen to like a lot of G-Funk, if you're familiar. Yeah. I listen to so much G-Funk. It's crazy.
Man, I can see here. I'm bound to, like, if I'm going, I go through stages. I'll pick up an artist, and then I'll branch off and see all the different artists that are categorized in that type of rap or flow.
Yeah, similar.
Right. So like, I've been a fan of Tech Nine and Strange Music people for a long time. They're not what you would call, it's going to be on the radio a lot. I would consider them underground,
yeah, they
mainstream.
Underground.
But they killing it. You know what I'm saying? Strange Music be killing it. And I just cut for some of the stuff they doing. They got Tech Nine, the speed rapper, and then Mayday. Man, I am a fan of Mayday. Mayday is jams to me. And then I might kick over and listen to Imagine Dragons. I know a lot of people shit on Imagine Dragons, but I like them. I like the way I like the cadence that the lead singer sings at. I like the way his cadence goes. And then I can't think of the name. The guy that sings Mount Everest. He did the soundtrack for what's the teenage show that my daughter was watching? I stopped watching because she turned gay. But he got this song called Mount Everest. The way he does it, the way he sings this song is like, it's so throw, man. All I can say is, you get a chance to check it out, just check out a song called Mount Everest. You can find it on YouTube. The way this dude sings this song, you're gonna be like, what the hell? But he jamming. That song is jamming. I like Jacob Banks. He's another guy that he's a singer. He jamming. I like singing. I like rap. I like singing. I like country music. If it's a good country song, I can't say I like all country songs because all of them don't be jamming to me. But yeah, you can sit down and go through music. I done listen to classical music. There's some classical stuff that go hard. Folk music and some folk songs. I'm looking for another artist to move me like Tracy Chapman. I don't know if you know who that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for another artist that does it like her. I was a big fan of Gio Scott. She just don't do a lot of work for me. I like that the way she does, the way she sings. And I also like Macy Gray, but she not giving me enough.
Yeah, like pretty inactive.
Right.
Yeah, they straight actors now.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking because they musical art to me overwhelms they acting talent. I feel like their music was where it was at. Like another actress that I feel like she did well for herself, but her musical talent to me set her apart. And if she had had the right writers and she pushed, I think she could have been propelled up there like in the realm of strong voices like Whitney Houston. Countess Vaughn, the girl that played the daughter in the Parkers.
Oh yeah.
That girl had such a strong voice. She sang James Brown, This Is a Man's World. When I heard her sing that song, I was like, man, this girl is killing it. And I thought she was really going to do something, and she ended up turning and acting. And I was like, what? She did This Is a Man's World. And I was waiting for an album to come out, but it never showed up. And the next thing I heard from her, she was the daughter on Mrs. Parker, which was some years between the two.
Oh yeah, it just left the whole that was like the end of her music career. Yeah.
Right. The start and finish, it seemed like she did that. It Was a Man's World. She killed it. I mean, she killed it. She killed that song, man. She blew the heck out of that. This Is a Man's World by James Brown. She blew that song. And then she turned into goofy ass Nikki on the Parker.
Hey, I know I wanted to ask y'all. Any of y'all remember the Lyricist Lounge show?
Oh, that was dope.
Yeah.
That was dope.
That shit was, nigga. That's Wild and Out. I'm gonna say that's like a combination of Wild and Out and Dave Chappelle's show.
Bruh, improv. They would improv, freestyle, lyrics. I mean,
dope bars too.
Yeah, man. Like just put together. They could paint. Like they could put a whole skit together, just rhyming, fam.
A parody.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a hunger for stuff like that, to see things like that. When I'm going through the when I decide to look at TV, which we stream and everything, I'm usually looking for something that's going to make me interest. Like I'll watch something like what's the name of it? It's a show called Blown Away, but it's about blowing glass and designing glass pieces and stuff in a certain amount of time in like a contest. That is so interesting to me. It's crazy. It sounds nerdy as hell, letting it come out my mouth loud to people. But on the for real stuff like that, I find interesting. Creating anything that's creative, it will interest me. As long as it's not gonna fuck over nobody.
Yeah, shit. Like right now, I'm right now what I'm watching in the background is like these motherfuckers from like the islands and stuff, how they be just like off grid. I'm looking at like these off-grid islands, like how they just cook and shit. I'm like, damn, they over here, no kitchen, off-grid, no electricity, and they making shit way better than what we can chef up. That's amazing to me.
Okay, yeah, I feel that. Something like that I would watch. Something like that I would watch. But I've been finding myself watching like blow the movie they blow the series where they blowing the glass, making stuff out of glass, and another one where they're making swords and different knives and weapons.
Yeah. See, I could fuck with that.
You know what I'm saying? They it's a swords. I can't remember the name of it, but they're making swords. It's on Netflix, I think. And they testing the balance, the sharpness of the blade, how if you thrust it into an opponent, how it reacts, and how when you hack somebody, the damage that it will cause. And watching it, I come to find out some of those old school blades that you see in movies and stuff with those big 6-foot blades and stuff like that. Some of those things were very ineffective, which caused them to be a heavily armored dude falling prey to a guy in light armor with a smaller blade. You just made him a hero because you went out there in all the wrong shit.
Yeah, thinking he was cool, just running around with the biggest fucking blade and shit.
Right.
Yeah. It's shit just like a basketball player, Yeah, like Shaquille O'Neal. Well, what was gonna be one of his downfalls? His knees and his toes and shit, his feet couldn't hold all that weight. There's pros and cons to everything.
Yeah, but while he was young and it lasted, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Oh,
I
yeah.
won't say unstoppable. I'll just say he was a force to be reckoned with. And TV does not do him any justice of how big of a human being he is. That man is ridiculously large. What's up, Joe? You still with us?
Still with y'all, man. About to check out though.
Yeah, he lost. It was just, when he went to LA, that's when he I think he just said, like, forget the whole athletic Shaq. I'm gonna just put on this weight and be like I'm gonna bully niggas by throwing my weight around, Joe Joyce style.
Yeah, 28 and 10. That was him.
Man,
This is 28 and 10.
those are some good numbers.
Those are the numbers he said you gotta be to be a dominant big man. 28 and 10.
Exactly.
He said if you ain't doing 28 and 10 as a big man, then you ain't doing nothing.
And that should be like mandatory. Yeah, like 10 rebounds, especially if you're gonna play like, about 40 minutes or so, somewhere around there. Yeah, you should be able to get 10 rebounds.
I guess when I'm thinking about it, because I know you guys heard me complain and say I think a big man should be able to get more than 10 rebounds a game.
You should.
But I'm thinking now, I'm looking at what product is out there. Usually when guys shoot jumpers in a professional game, 9 times out of 10, I'll say at least 8 times out of 10, they're going to hit that jumper, which lessens your chance to get a rebound. So pulling down 5 offensive and 5 defensive, getting a solid 10, I guess that is an acceptable number in the professional ranks.
Man,
In college, for sure, I think you should get more than 10.
Because I didn't see niggas get that double-double in the first half off them 10 rebounds. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Now, if you get a double-double in the first half, it to me, you got to put out the same effort, which means you should be able to double that number. Maybe not in points because they might lock down on you on points, and your assist might rise a little bit. But rebounds, you should be able to still, you know what I'm saying? Getting rebounds is a technique to it, and if you're doing it and you're going hard at it, it's hard to stop a person that really wants to rebound.
And see, I couldn't have no nigga like a Russell Westbrook getting, triple double. That nigga getting 10 rebounds. Nigga, not on my team.
Not if I'm playing now. You're not getting all the rebounds. You got me messed up. I won't argue with you about scoring points. But as far as getting rebounds, now you get your ass out the way because the ball coming off the glass, that was one of my pride moves. I wanted that ball. If it's bouncing off that rim, I knew how to follow the trajectory of it and go get that ball. I knew how to get in front of people and block them out. That you getting that ball is the whole key to being able to win the game. Every time you get the ball off the rebound, that's another shot for your team. You got to think like that.
I tell him, like, hey, y'all niggas get on that fast break. I got the rebound.
That part. But you got to be good at doing it because if you tell them to break out and you don't get the rebound, you just let everybody down.
Free points.
But when you establish that, hey, I can rebound against the best person on their team, 9 times out of 10, when this ball bounce off this rim, unless it takes some bounce that I miscalculated, I'm getting it home. And y'all break out. And don't mess up the layup or the jump shot, whatever it is y'all going to do. And if you ain't confident, just give me a couple of seconds because I'm right behind you. But, it takes a certain person to think like that, want to play like that, want to rebound first, get an assist second, and then worry about scoring. Because,
teammate. You got to think like, too, with that mindset, I'm talking about like, hey, you get the rebound, you pass that bitch to get that fast break going. Well, shit, in this era, because it's, they like to get off shots faster and stuff.
Yeah.
Nigga, if you pass that ball out, let them get a fast break, you ain't going to make it down there in time, so you ain't going to get no shot attempts.
But see, the thing about that I've learned, what coach always would say is you still run down court because you never know what happens. I can't tell you how many times I threw the ball for the fast break, but I still hustled like I was supposed to, and the ball ended up taking a long bounce, and you run right into that long bounce.
Yeah, rebound. Yeah, something.
You know what I'm saying? You end up getting that long rebound or a communication against the opposite team where they mispass the ball and you end up getting it. That last little hustle makes the difference. A lot of times you find yourself getting rewarded from doing that hustle more than you don't. But, that's how I was taught to play basketball from my high school coach and college coach. You never give up on the play. Even it's been times that a dude would have a fast break and think they had an easy layup and they would slow up to, you know how you lay up, try to get that little pose because you feel like ain't nobody chasing you.
Yeah.
I take that jump right before they take their 2 steps and lay it up and slap that bitch off the backboard. But that's hustle. We lost JB.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, that's just the hustle of of just hustling. Like it'll definitely pay off, and that's how I always looked at it because especially us coming up, nigga, we didn't have no stamina problems.
Strangely to say, that's true. We could run all day.
Yeah, because niggas used to play pickup games, Saturdays, Friday after school, pickup games on the court. Nigga might be on the court for 6 games, Saturdays, weekends.
Especially when the summer came.
Yeah.
When the summer came, my big brother, every day when he get off of work, Monday through Friday, as soon as he get off of work, come in, we change clothes, go straight to the park, hoop for about 3 or 4 hours. Go home, bathe, he cook a great dinner, we eat, go to work, come home, go hoop all day. That was the routine.
Oh yeah, summertime, huh?
Yeah. And when on the days off, get up in the morning about 8 o'clock, get a good breakfast. 9 o'clock, jump in the car, go to the park. In Atlanta, Hyphy, when I lived in Atlanta, we would go to the park. It wasn't a park. We would go to the gym because the gyms would open up at nighttime. Different gyms around the city, and my brother knew where all the hoop gyms were.
The hoop gyms.
Yeah, and we would go to those hoop gyms, man. Some of them would be churches that had gyms in them. Nice gyms, though.
Yeah,
And
those
they
be the
would have
nicest
them.
gyms.
Yeah, they would have them opened up. What would it be? Open court where we go in and just hoop. Running games, fast whole court games. Every gym that I've been to had no less than 2 courts where you could run whole court. And we be in there and just have fun. Some of them you pay like, I think it was like $5 to get in, so you could pay for the rental of the gym. But it worked. People would pay their little fee to get in the gym, and we go in there and ball out. Atlanta was, to me, the most fun place to play pickup games because of the gyms that they had. Everywhere else that I played basketball, it was always a park. In Houston, we had this park off of Chimney Rock that I used to go to a lot. And it was covered park. Nice surface where you can run and not slip and slide. It was always rock free, smooth surface. Gyms was nice rims, backboards kept up. It was as a matter of fact, it was on the property of the county court of a county courthouse.
Oh, okay, cool. Safety and shit.
Yeah. And the lights would come on right when it started getting dark so we could hoop. The lights would stay on to at least midnight. So, they give you an idea of how long they would let us be on the property hooping before the lights would go out. But by midnight, you know what I'm saying, you done got enough games in from 4 to 12. If it's the weekend, you went out there in that morning and you just been out there hooping all day. Not worrying about, not even thinking about getting hungry. You know what I'm saying? You might grab something to drink every now and then, swallow down the Gatorade, but you hooping. And as long as the competition show up, you got that drive to just want to keep going.
Yeah, see, I definitely remember those days. And I'm gonna say it was around when I was in like leaving middle school. That's when I started seeing the closure of open gyms. Like that shit started going away, disappearing and shit.
Right.
And I was told by a lady that worked at just like the Parks and Recreation. Now she told me it was just too much liability. But I was like, man, to me, I was like, they should implement some type of program, like you were saying. You pay $5 to get in or something, because then that could cover some of those expenses and shit. But yeah, even to this day, it's like those open gyms on a Saturday, Sunday, that stuff is just kind of gone these days.
Right.
Because now it's all these it seems like anytime it's like those gyms, it's like they restrict their gyms to like those traveling teams, or they sharing the courts with volleyball teams and stuff.
Right. I know what you mean. It used to be easy to find a court to go hoop at. I remember being in high school. Our basketball team, we were like brothers. We were all close. We were good friends, especially the starting 5. All of us were friends, but the starting 5 were pretty much inseparable. We were always hanging out together. Me, Michael Ingram, Caesar Davis, Deli, and Arnett. When it was time to do something, we all did it. And we used to go to the different schools and go to their gyms. Each school would have their gym open sometime. We would go to Charlestown High School and go in there and run pickup games. But the killer about it is we were running pickup games against their basketball players.
But you said against the schools?
Yeah, other kids would be in there. It wouldn't be, the coaches wouldn't have anything to do with it. This was something that we as friends, because we were friends with the other kids with the other players from the other teams, but when it came to hooping, we was we better than y'all, and we would show up to the gym sometime and hoop. And we would go to Charlestown, like I said. Sometimes we would go to Willow Ridge. We went and hooped at Madison. All the people that we would play against, just to one of those type of things of trying to assert dominance, I guess. Just hooping, running pickup games, not trying to run plays or nothing like that. We just out there hooping, enjoying each other's company and the competition of our school better than y'all school.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Just nigga regular hoop, hooping pickup games and shit.
Right, right. But you better believe every time we ran a pickup game, it was all five against theirs. Every once in a while, one of those other kids that was coming out would come out there and put a squad together with some other players. But for the most part, it would be all five against they five.
Yeah, see, that's shit. It ain't nothing like that. Just like you said, Saturday, man, nigga might be on that court 8 games in a row. The only reason we lost ain't because they was better than us. We were just a little fatigued, and you know what I mean.
Yep.
Nigga said, all right, fuck it, we'll take a little, 30-minute break or so, sit this one out.
I know exactly what you mean.
Might walk to like if it's like a little convenience store or an ice cream truck come, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get something from the ice cream truck. Drink me a Gatorade and I'll be right back at it. Nigga, 6 more games, whatever.
Man.
Cause that's when go ahead.
No, I was about to say I used to like going to the court so much. My brother had moved out of state. He had went to Yemeni for a while. He was cooking for this company, and they sent him to Yemeni to cook for the oil camps. But every time I would still go to the court. But now I have 3 of my daughters, and I had this pickup truck that I could take the camper off the top and put it on.
Yeah.
So I would put the camper on top of the truck, the back of the truck, to make sure my girls was covered and safe. Put their bicycles back there. Drive to the park. Give them the directions of how far they can ride their bike. Go out there and hoop. I can't tell you, I must be looking like a crazy ass dad. Because I'm out here hooping as hard as I can, having fun. But every once in a while, I'm stopping the game so I can make sure I survey the landscape to make sure I see my 3 little girls.
Yeah.
That's how crazy I was playing basketball. My little girls had got to the point that when I came home, they was automatically saying, "Daddy, we going to the park? We going to the park?" They would be ready. Nothing like seeing your kids excited about doing something. If you don't have kids and you get blessed to have them, even though you heard me say I'm sad that I got them in this world, they enjoyed it. They enjoyed it that I can't explain.
Hey, now some of those, just like some of those parts that was, notorious for just being able to go to kick it on the weekends or shit. There's some of those parks changed for the worse, unfortunately.
The one that I would say that was behind the courthouse, they all of a sudden they just stopped having the lights on at night. They had closed the doors on it and just stopped letting us go in there for whatever reason. We found different parts that had fun, but when I broke my ankle, the last time I stepped on the court to play basketball, I broke my ankle. I went to go to dunk the ball, and it was a rock on the court. And I twist my ankle, and I got a high, you know how they say a high ankle sprain, but my shin had splintered, and the doctors were like I was gonna have to have surgery in order to make sure it grew straight. I opted not to have the surgery, but now it took away my vertical. I can't jump as high as I used to, and if I go skating, which I love to skate, I can't turn left easy. You know what I'm saying? So I realized what the doctors were talking about when they said, "We're going to have to correct it by surgery in order for you to be right." And I have noticed, sometimes when I'm walking, I'm kind of thrown off with my walk, and it causes a discomfort in my other leg. So I think I'm going to have to go and get that surgery.
Yeah. See, I had the only injury I had, and not even from ball, but like riding the dirt bikes and shit. I think I never went and got it checked out, but I definitely I know for sure I broke something like in my left wrist.
Right.
And that was like 2 years ago, and like it probably just got to the point to where it's like pain free now.
Dang.
Yeah, that took like 2 years for it like the pain to go away. But I still got like some weird pops, popping noises and stuff. But I'm like, nigga, if I'm pain free, nigga, I could deal with that. That's a success to me.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it's for me. I didn't find out that it affected me until I tried to step on the basketball court. It literally hinders me from being able to play, and this was before I messed up my arm. I literally couldn't cut. I couldn't. My whole game. I realized that slight. It's not even a bad angle. That slight misfortune in my leg destroyed my game.
Yeah, because it's so much, it's such a
It's
intricate
not
part.
natural. Yeah, it's not natural. So, like I hear you saying with your wrist, you might not recognize it right off the gate, but it's something intricate about that wrist movement that you might end up coming across where you're gonna be like, damn, why is this difficult? And it's gonna come to you about that injury.
Oh yeah, I would definitely pinpoint it to that. Like, yeah, if something came up, because I remember, I just remember the time when they like how you say like use it or lose it.
Right.
So I mean, I went like so long when I was like, all right, let me just let it heal. But then I was like, all right, at some point, like the nigga couldn't do, I couldn't even do like my push-ups. So I was like, I just got to start, using it. And I said it took about 2 years, and I'm like, yeah, now I'm to the point I'm like pain free. So I'm like,
Your body made the adjustment.
well, see, like I have all like motion in it and everything. So I could ride, the bike again, and like it's like nothing happened. So I'm like, thankfully, but just because that injury was like that, like you said, your injury was totally different. So the body can't just always self-heal itself.
Right. I long to be able to ride a motorcycle or dirt bike or any kind of bike that has speed like that. But anything I get on now would have to be switched over to a left-handed person.
Oh
My my
yeah.
my right wrist, like I can't grab a doorknob and twist it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that motion anymore. It's gone. It's crazy. It's crazy the way my hand works now, but I'm just glad I still got it. But if I could look up and get my hands on a left-handed ride, man, I'd ride. I rode a motorcycle. I got to ride a motorcycle twice before I got injured. And I fell in love with it. I fell in love with riding that bike. Well, Hyphy, I know it's late. We done talked everybody out of here. So I'm going to go ahead and say we shut it down, my brother. You there? Hyphy done disappeared on me. We out, y'all.